it's not.
It genuinely is. Like, I actually don't. Like, I think there are inconsistencies within Christianity, but there's no inconsistency specifically with these particular values and Christian views, right? Because no Christian views don't necessarily make a prescription on what the law should be, right? And if they don't necessarily make a prescription on what the law should be in the context of the New Testament, well, then it's going to be based upon your personal values, how you think the law should operate. So then we're going to have a conversation on why your personal values are that way and why my personal values are that way. And it can't be predicated off of your religious values. Otherwise, it's going to say that like every single sin should be illegal, right? Because you can't differentiate between what sin should be illegal and what sin shouldn't.
We're not talking about legal and illegal. Okay, you're talking about sin being illegal or sin,
Yeah, you were talking about abortion.
Right.
Yeah,
because abortion is killing.
Evil.
Abortion is taking a human life.
Okay. So I have a question. Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. Right, that's slaughtering literal infants. Do you think that's pro-life?
You know who Amalek was?
Yes, the Amalekites.
Yes, who were the Amalekites?
A group of people in biblical times.
Right, but do you know who they were? I know everybody's a people, everybody's part of something.
There's different interpretations depending
but they
on
were
your denomination
enemies of God. They are descendants of Ishmael and Esau, the Amalek. And they were supposed to be killed by Saul.
Angels.
But Saul did not kill all of them. He saved the king.
Yeah, he chose not to kill all of them, and then he was punished by God for not doing so.
Right.
So like
because they have come back now to fight against God.
Hold up, here's my point. My point is that God literally commanded the slaughtering of infants. Is that pro-life?
All right, we're not talking about specifics here.
Okay.
The reason God did that is because he knew what would happen in the future. And if he killed them all back then, we wouldn't have some of the problems we're having now.
Oh, okay, wait. So then you're saying we have problems now because of the fact that they weren't killed. So you think that they should have been killed. No, so here's my point. Why couldn't God just teleport those babies into the future? And then they could be raised by a different society because then they wouldn't impact the timeline in that way.
Because God has plans.
Okay, so his plan involves them surviving.
His plan.
So why would if his plan involves them surviving, why would he command their death?
Where does it say he commands that they survive?
Well, no. I'm just saying that's what happened.
How come back then the Babylonians killed? But they sacrificed their children.
Okay, so are you saying that you should kill their children, because they've sacrificed children? I'm confused. What's your argument here? I don't think you would murder children just because another group of people sacrifice children. I think that's obviously a ridiculous standard to go off of.
But that's not what I'm saying. Okay, today people kill babies because it's inconvenient, or they're using it as birth control.
I don't think that's affordable.
That's life. We're not talking about biblical times. We are no longer living in the Old Testament. Jesus Christ came and died for us so that we could be saved, that we could have a Savior.
I understand, but you're trying to say that I'm evil for saying that I believe abortion should be legal, but then like you literally believe that at certain points in history that it was justified for God to command the slaughtering of men, women, children, and infants. Like literally, like
now,
an entire group of people. So I'm like, how are you going to call me evil? But then you literally believe that genocide would be okay if God commanded it.
We are not living back in that time. That happened before Jesus Christ came and saved us.
I don't think that changes whether or not that happened and whether or not you support that. Because
see, you're picking out one certain thing in the Bible.
God? Is Jesus God?
Yes, he is. He's the Son of God.
So then if I'm talking about God, then this would be a prescription about Jesus then, right?
Right.
Okay.
God is 3 in 1.
So
God the
Jesus,
Father, God the Son,
Jesus,
and God the Holy Spirit.
so Jesus commanded the slaughtering of the men, women, children, and infants of
Okay,
the
now
Amalek.
see, you're taking one verse, one particular portion
I can give you other
of the Old
verses.
Testament.
Well, how
There
about I give
are
you
other
Exodus, where
places
God
where
says that you
God
can beat people who are
saved
enslaved insofar as they recover after a day or two? I can point to verses that specifically say that abortion is justified in the connotation that the man thinks that the woman has engaged in adultery.
No, the man was supposed to stone the woman. That was back in the Old Testament before Jesus came. When Jesus came, everything changed. He became our Savior. And God does not condemn us for our sins if we repent.
Wait, okay, wait, say that again?
I said that when Jesus came, he sacrificed himself he went to the cross, and God resurrected him to be our Savior so that he could take all of our sins on him. And we need to repent of our sins to God. God is Jesus, God is the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so if someone doesn't do that, are they not Christian?
Right, they're not.
Okay, so when Trump said that he's never asked God for forgiveness, that means he's not Christian, right?
When did he say that?
In 2015, he said that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Because at the time he didn't know God. Ask him that question now.
Oh, okay,
he will say he knows God.
Okay, so then he didn't know it at the time, and now he does.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying that when has he ever said that he's repented?
Does he have to say he repented?
Yeah, given that he's
That's between him
in order
and
for us
God.
to believe that he's repented, given that he's said that he's never repented.
You can see it by his actions.
You can see it by his actions. What actions?
Well, by standing up for our country and getting peace deals, making peace in our world.
Really? Like bombing boats off of Venezuela with no evidence that they have drugs, right? Killing over 60 people?
Now, see, you're picking one certain thing. You're picking
is that pro-life? Is bombing boats off of Venezuela where you have no evidence that they had drugs and murdering over 60 people, is that pro-life?
Are they babies?
Does that matter?
Yes, it does.
Why? Does your life only matter when you're a fetus?
No.
When you're out of the womb, you're fucked. You have no value. But if you're in the womb, then you're so valuable.
No. And how did you know they did not have drugs?
There was no
It's
evidence.
because of what the media tells you.
No, it's because there was no evidence given to Congress that they had drugs at all. Absolutely none.
Where's that proof?
No, Congress wasn't given the proof.
Where was the receipt of that?
What'd you say?
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because Congress hasn't received anything, and people in
How do
Congress
you
have
know
told us
that?
this. Because people in Congress have reported on this.
What people?
Literally Democrats and Republicans across the board. They've not indicated any evidence has been there specifically for this. I can send you articles on this if you'd like, from like AP News, Reuters, PBS.
Okay, that's the problem right there.
Okay, what media do you like? Do you
That's
want me
a
to send you a
biased
Fox News
media.
article on that one?
What?
Do you want me to send you a Fox News article on that one, or something from InfoWars?
No.
So what would you prefer?
Neither one.
So what would you prefer? What media would you prefer me to send you?
I really don't know.
Okay, so there's no sources that you accept?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
what if Trump said it?
Newsmax.
You accept
Newsmax.
Newsmax?
Yes.
You
Oh,
only
I
accept
love that rolling your
I'm sorry,
eyes.
you only accept Newsmax.
Yes.
Why?
Okay, how about CNN?
Wait, you just got mad at me bringing up AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters because you thought that was left-wing media, but then you just said that you only accept Newsmax, the furthest Trump source you could possibly provide that lies for Trump?
How do you know they're lying for Trump?
Because I'm familiar with these
Because
names.
you're a Democrat. That's
No,
why
because-
you watch CNN, MSNBC. Yeah.
Okay. No,
You know
actually,
what? We are never going to agree
most
on
people my
anything.
age don't watch CNN and MSNBC.
Oh, what do they watch?
They watch these platforms, right? Like they're on like YouTube, they're on different social medias. I mean, a lot of people my generation now, because of these different types of engagements, and prior also, like look into like AP and Reuters. Like those are like, common ones that we look at. We don't really watch TV much. Like maybe every once in a while we'll read like an article, or we'll, see stuff on social media. We'll do research on the internet, but we're not really watching like, mainstream TV sources anymore.
And how do you know what you're reading is true?
How do we know? Well, we verify and we look for evidence, and we look for sources, and we critically think, and we engage in dialogue about those perspectives so that we can constantly have a critical analysis of our perspectives.
So you're kind of doing what Charlie Kirk did.
I think I'm doing it in a more honest way.
How are you being more honest?
Because I actually will engage in like debates with people who are genuine. He wouldn't engage in a debate with me or Dean.
Why not?
Because he didn't want to platform us. That's my hypothesis. He thought that.
Did you ask him?
Yes, on many occasions. We've called him out on many occasions. I got like small circumstances of talking to him, but I would point more to Dean, who specifically only was able to talk to him for like 50 seconds to a minute, and was going to have a long form conversation with him. Charlie agreed to it and then literally backed out on multiple occasions.
Who is Dean?
Dean Withers? My like
Never heard of
friends.
him.
He's the blonde kid.
The blonde kid. Never heard of him.
Oh, never heard of him? Okay.
Nope.
Again, I recently there's just been people that know who I am that don't know who Dean is. That's like you're like the second person recently where that's been the case. That's a crazy thing to me.
You think because you're on YouTube and TikTok that you're famous?
Not me. I'm talking about Dean. I think Dean is more known than I am. So I'm confused when people know who I am, but they don't know who Dean is. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know who either one of you is.
You're in my live. Of course you know who I am.
No, I don't. I just came across it.
You're talking
and I
to me.
wanted to see what you
don't
were
know.
talking
You're talking
about.
to me right now. You don't know who I am?
Yes. I talk to people who I don't know all the time.
Okay, true. Be true. That's true. All right. Here, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll continue with our conversation. Emily, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. That's crazy. That's so crazy, Emily. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. I'll have to look at that later. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Monica, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the $5 for the Blue Wave. Thank you. Douglas, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Douglas in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Black Cat, thank you for the $1. And Jillian, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Lynette, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lynette. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Najia with the $15. Thank you. Amanda with the $1. I really appreciate it twice or 3 times. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. In Madison, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me. That must have been for the last guest. Let me. Wait. By the way, you follow Dean.
I do.
Yeah, you literally follow Dean. Dean just texted me that you literally follow him.
I don't know. I just follow a lot of people.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you. King Ranch, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. JV, thank you for the $10. Stormfather, thank you for the $5. Osiris, thank you for the 20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the 2. Barbara, thank you for the $2. Corey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Corey. Jack, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Mihail, thank you so much. Or Mihai, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jay, thank you for the $5. Yeah, Dean just sent me like a thing that you're literally on. You follow 91 people and one of them's Dean. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Okay. So where were we at? So here, let me ask you this question real quick. Could you name like a specific Democratic policy that you disagree with?
Yes. Health care for everybody.
You disagree with healthcare for people and you're Christian?
There's a reason for it.
Wait, why don't you want to?
Because government run healthcare is that there's so many people wanting to see doctors that you have to wait. There's things you cannot get.
Wait, so these people need to go to the doctor anyway. So I'm confused. Like, are you saying that they shouldn't be allowed to go to the doctor?
No, they are allowed. But they have to wait to get into the doctors
That's
because
what
the
happens at the
doctors
ER
are
already.
overworked.
Have you ever been to the ER?
Yes.
And do you wait?
I'm talking about when the government gives you health care, there are specifics that you need to follow. You have to go see this doctor. You cannot see this doctor.
That's actually not true. So in terms of this,
Really?
that's actually what your private insurance does right now. So actually, under the context of a Medicare for All plan, you get to choose what doctor you go to.
Medicare.
Medicare for All.
I'm talking
It's
about
not necessarily just
Medicaid.
Medicare. It's actually even greater coverage than Medicare.
I'm talking about Medicaid.
I'm talking about Medicare for All. Like, I'm saying that, like, that's just the name of the bill.
Everybody has Medicare who's over a certain age.
Yeah, like my parents.
Right.
Yeah, and that should be applicable to
I
everyone in
agree
need.
with Medicare. I'm talking about Medicaid. Do you know the difference?
Yes, I do. Medicaid, there are specifically situations for people who are lower income, and there's particular income thresholds on that, where specifically Medicare is for anyone that's above the age of 65 years old. And then there's also specific conditions for people who have disabilities as well. So, I mean, that's for both Medicaid and Medicare. So what's your point with this?
The point is Medicare and Medicaid are two different things.
Yeah, I understand that.
So are you talking about Medicare for everybody or Medicaid? Because everybody over the age of 60 does get Medicare.
Let me clarify. It's not necessarily Medicaid or Medicare. The name is just Medicare for All because that's how people understand it. So it's actually even more expansive coverage than what exists under Medicare. Right? But it would be for everyone. So we're talking about like mental health, health and typical, dental, right? That's all of that would be covered under this particular bill where there's no copays, no deductibles, no premiums. That's what I believe in. Right? I believe in a multi-payer system where there's a specifically a public option. I'd also be okay with a single payer, given that it provide all of those things as well. But I want universal health care coverage in this country.
We already have that.
We don't. We do not have that. There are literally tens of millions of Americans that have lack of access to health care and are uninsured and underinsured. Right? There are tens of millions of people. Okay, so like there are millions of people in this country that do not have adequate access to healthcare. They should have that, and also there's over 130 million Americans that have medical debt. Many of them are struggling with it.
Really?
Yes. So I
know that.
Yeah. So I think we all know someone in their life where they've dealt with something like that, and I really think that we shouldn't have a system like that. I think it should be taken care of, and I really don't think that that's something that people should have to worry about, especially when they're like literally like in harm's way, right? Like they not only have to deal with like being harmed and having time off of work and all that stuff, but then they also have to pay for this exorbitant medical bill that is like unaffordable, that puts them into debt.
That's what insurance covers. There are programs to help people with medical debt.
Oh wait, say that one time. You know people with medical debt, so then why would you want them to have that debt? Why wouldn't you want a system that specifically provides?
They have programs to assist people with medical debt.
Okay, what programs are you advocating for to assist people with medical debt?
Well, a lot of your private hospitals have them.
Oh, you mean they have like payment plans?
They have payment plans, and they also have things that you can sign up for.
Okay. Yeah, like, and if you qualify, right? But what I'm saying is that not everyone is taken care of under the system that we have right now. So what I'm advocating for
So
is
who
a
is
system-
everyone? Who is everyone?
every citizen within the country.
Every citizen,
Yes.
not every illegal citizen.
If someone's in the country,
Okay, I
if
see that
listen, if
smile.
someone's in the country undocumented and they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. So inevitably speaking, they will get access to that. But yeah, every citizen, because you have to be a citizen to qualify.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Not
you
in
do.
democratic states, honey. Democratic states are giving free health care. Oh, I'm talking
And I thought you were all
about
for states'
those-
rights. I thought you were all for
I'm
states' rights.
talking about those that walked across the border into our country. The state is
Yeah.
giving them our benefits.
Okay, so one, you believe in states' rights. Two, that's it, people who are
No,
seeking
I
asylum.
do not believe in states' rights.
You don't?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe
The
that
state should not be able to decide who okay, if a person walks across our border, that is breaking our law. Okay?
so then here's
and
my
they
question.
are a criminal.
So
They
then you-
may not have committed a crime, but they're still criminal because of the way they entered our country.
So you don't agree that abortion rights should be left up to the states, right?
I am not talking about abortion.
But like I'm just asking, do you believe that they should be left up to the states?
Immigrants or abortion?
Oh, abortion.
Abortion is already up to the states.
No. Do you believe it should be up to the states?
It is up to the states.
But I'm just asking if you believe it should be that way.
It is. Yes, I believe that.
Oh, okay. So then you believe in states' rights.
It depends on what it pertains to. You know, people have ideas. You're just taking everything I say and just twisting it.
I'm not twisting it. I'm trying to show you implications of it so that I can get you to look at it from a different perspective.
I can
you
look
do
at-
believe in states' rights. It just depends on the scenario, right? So then, like, I would ask you, like, why specifically in this scenario do you not believe in states' rights in terms of, providing benefits to people in need who are going through a legal process of asylum?
But how do you know they're going through legal process of asylum?
Because that's required in order to get these benefits.
Do you really think that? Do you really believe that?
Yeah.
It's not true.
Okay. I mean, then I would love to see a source indicating otherwise. Because, I mean, I do believe that undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Why?
And because I think that would be better for getting people to identify themselves to authorities, better in terms of how they're treated in this country. And then it would also incentivize us to create a faster and quicker legal immigration process.
How did your ancestors come here? Were they born in America? Or did they come from somewhere else?
I mean, I have ancestors that go back to like the eastern of the United States and specifically like Canada, and then also into Europe.
And how did they come over here?
I'm not quite like familiar, but at least to the little like information that I've seen, I think that they were like Quakers fleeing religious persecution.
So they came over here on a ship.
I don't know.
That's how most of our ancestors got here. They came in through Ellis Island.
Yeah,
and they had to go
I'm
through
assuming
a
I'm assuming that they
procedure.
came through. I'm assuming that they came through a ship. I don't know how else they would have come to the country at that time.
Right. And it was probably
yeah, I do
through
agree.
Ellis Island because that was the time.
I don't know
at
if
that
know if
time-
Ellis Island existed at that time. I'm not sure.
Yes, it did. Because they had information
I don't
about
know.
the ships
I don't
coming
even know.
here.
I don't even know what year they would have come to the United States. I'm indicating this based upon the routes that were in the United States, based in like I think it's like Pennsylvania and like Quebec and stuff, and then also like literally my genetics. Like I was just basing it on like this is like piecing together. I'm not even familiar with my like history and ancestry.
Because my ancestors came over here in the 1800s. They came over from Germany and from Czechoslovakia. They came on a ship. They went through Ellis Island, and they had to follow the rules to become citizens. So why is it different today? That people can just walk into our country and automatically...
Isn't that exactly what happened?
Citizens. What?
Isn't that exactly what happened? That people just like walked into the country?
That's what they've done today.
No, that's what was happening historically speaking. I mean, Ellis Island, for example. Did you know Ellis Island, that it took literally 3 to 7 hours to get into the country?
Well, yeah, to get in.
You want to bring that back? Because I think undocumented immigrants went through a process that was a bit longer than that.
Right, undocumented. They had to go through a process.
Yeah, I agree that they should have to go. I agree. Wait, hold on. I agree that they should have to go through a process. But the reason why they should have to go through the process,
hold on. Systems.
They're not taking our social systems.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Have you been living under a rock?
No, I'm not Patrick Star.
Who's he?
You don't know who Patrick Star is? You didn't watch SpongeBob?
Oh, no, I didn't know he was SpongeBob.
Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick.
Oh, okay. I really don't watch SpongeBob.
I grew up on SpongeBob.
Yeah, okay. You're probably as old as my grandson.
Probably, actually. Pretty sure I had a mustache. I'm 23 years old.
Yeah, you're younger than my grandson.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he liberal?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay.
I don't talk to him that much.
All right. So, do you get my points here? That I think that we should be taking care of people in need. I think that we should be providing health care. And I think that even Jesus would advocate for that. I mean, Jesus talked about feeding the poor and providing for those in need, right? I'm pretty sure he talked a lot about that. He didn't talk a lot about restricting access to abortion or restricting people from doing things in those certain manners, but he talked a hell of a lot about helping people out in need, right? So, I mean, I'm confused why you would specifically disagree with doing that and also support a guy who specifically is advocating for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires while increasing taxes on working class people by imposing tariffs.
Tariffs does not increase income tax on people.
Tariffs does increase tax on people.
Tariff takes money from those countries and gives it to us. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to argue with you about this.
Hold up. Let me give you a reason why I know this. I have an economics degree. I studied economics. A tariff is a tax on an imported good, right? And that tax is paid by the business in the country, in the United States, right? That specifically is importing the product. It's not paid by the foreign country. And it's paid by the American importing business, and then it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. And it's not placed on the profits, like when people pull it out. It's placed on the cost of production. So that's why it's oftentimes passed more down to the through the prices into the consumer, which will cause a regressive negative increase or a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
So who makes money when you buy foreign goods?
Who makes money when you buy? Technically, both sides. When people engage in a voluntary, mutual, beneficial exchange, both of the sides benefit. Because if they wouldn't engage in the trade, if they didn't think that the product that they're getting is more valuable than the money that they pay. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Here's the corgi. So that's the point that I would make, is that technically there is a profit from both sides when you engage in the trade.
Then buy American.
Subjective values.
So if we buy American products, we will make more money here because it will give our people jobs.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to tell people to choose to do that if they would like to, then go for it. But forcing people to do so in the market only drives up costs and makes it worse off for working class people. And I would also say that maybe Trump should start with that. If you go to his business, his hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, you can actually see a lot of his products in his gift shop are made in China.
That's because everything in this world is made in China.
Oh, okay. So then I thought
that's
you were
why we're broke. That's why we're broke.
Well, we had a huge manufacturing boom under the Biden-Harris administration, right? That brought us back to
We did.
Yeah,
I
but
would
we
love
didn't.
to see proof of that.
Okay, I'll actually show you. I can show you right now. This is a graph of U.S. manufacturing investment accounting for inflation, and I'll show you the effect under both terms. It's right here. Alrighty, sorry, I have to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it. Okay. Boom. Alrighty. So this is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Do you see this?
No.
Okay, here I'm making it so that you can see the full thing.
Okay, hang
You see
on
this?
here. All right, but hang on here. I'm trying to. All right. What is that on the left-hand side?
Yeah, I'll explain. The left-hand side, this is billions of 2017 dollars. So it's accounting for inflation. So that's the
2017.
level of investment. This is the level of investment in 2017 dollars. Yeah, so 2017 dollars is just like the reference price.
All right.
So so here is when Trump originally got in office, right here.
You're talking about his first term.
Yeah, this is his first term.
Okay.
This is when he originally gets in office, and this is when he leaves. So it's actually lower than when he originally got there. So under his first term, there's actually a decline in real manufacturing investment. This is when Biden gets in office, and then you see throughout his term, massive boom here. Unprecedented in the 2000s.
Where is this from?
This is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and it's from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Well, you know, I could tell you something about the stocks, about my my IRAs, my retirement funds.
Yeah.
Back in 2023, they were below. They were in the toilet. My stocks have been, everything's been consistently going up.
Well, actually, the increase in the stock market was more under the Biden administration proportionally at the end of his term comparative to the beginning of
No,
Trump's
it
year
was
so
not.
far. It actually
No, it was
has.
not.
It actually has been. But the point that
Not
I would,
according to mine.
well, I mean that's not indicative of the rest of the market. Sure, maybe yours is doing a little bit better off. I mean, that doesn't mean it was caused by Trump. One, two is
A lot of people have been talking about how their accounts are going up.
No one's disputing that. Obviously, we acknowledge that the stock market has gone up. It's just that trend would have
So
happened
that's
under the
saying that
Biden-Harris
things are
administration as
better.
well.
That's better for me.
What's up?
That's better for me.
But if Harris were in office, the same thing would have happened, if not more, because she wouldn't have
How
imposed
would it have
tariffs.
happened with Harris in office?
Yeah, because we saw this.
Can you? All right, let me ask you a question. Name one good thing that came out of the Biden-Harris presidency.
Yeah, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Those are all great policies, and I can tell you the specific aspects of the bills that I like as well.
Okay, that's in your opinion. And
of
what
course.
you've seen.
Of course, that's what you asked for.
Okay. I don't think that any of those things were actually good for our country.
Okay, name one aspect of any of those bills that you disagree with.
Oh, gosh. Influence reduction. All right, I'm going to tell you I don't know. That I do not know.
Okay, so then how could you disagree with
I
it if you
saw-
don't even know?
Because I saw how the country was during Biden-Harris. And then, what about President Biden and his son taking money from a foreign company?
Did you know that actually Trump's been doing that? He took a $400 million jet from Qatar. He also specifically dropped a meme coin where different countries around the world could buy it, increase the valuation of it. His son-in-law actually sold the U.S.'s largest refinery to Saudi Arabia.
He did not accept the jet for his personal use. That is for the country's use.
What?
He has his
He
own
accepted it as
jet.
like as a personal jet. I'm pretty sure. That's not
No,
for the
he
country.
didn't accept it as
Where
a
did
personal.
where did he donate it?
The country is using it. It's for the use of our country.
Who's using it in the? No, it's him. It's literally him. It's his personal. It was a present.
He
it was a personal
has
gift.
his own planes.
Okay, but he took another one. Like, is
And
it?
where's it at now?
Isn't it at his presidential library or something like that?
Is it?
I think so.
Come on, check all your sources here. I'm doing this with just my phone. I'm not looking at other things.
I didn't either.
What are you looking at now?
I looked it up, and it's specifically I'm looking at an NPR article. It's intended to
NPR is
replace
not a
Air Force
reliable
One.
source.
The luxury plane from Qatar intended to replace Air Force One, so he's gonna personally use it.
The plane, when he is no longer president, he's not taking the plane with him.
He's literally just replacing it so he can personally use it.
And NPR says that, right?
Yes, this is from NPR.
NPR is not a reliable source.
Okay. What is you only accept Newsmax? You said NPR's not reliable, but you like Newsmax?
No, because NPR lies.
Okay, name one lie NPR's ever engaged in.
Oh, Lord. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, well, I'm looking at Newsmax right now, and I'll tell you where it is. Based upon Newsmax. I actually don't think they even said. Yeah, they didn't say. It just said that the possible transfer of an aircraft for temporary use of Air Force One, it says temporary use, by the way, is currently under consideration. No decisions have been made, so it's still under, like, I mean, they don't really specifically say. Oh, actually, wait here. The jet may eventually be donated to Trump's presidential library. That's actually what Newsmax says.
Okay, so if it's
Newsmax
donated
agreed with me. No way.
If it's donated to his library, that doesn't mean it's his.
Oh, come on. That was a
Come
personal
on,
gift.
every president
It gets to
has
s-
a
That was a
library.
personal gift that gets to sit
Look
at his
at
own personal
Obama's
library.
library. Have
Yeah,
you seen Obama's library?
Did he get a $400 million plane from a different country that he put at his own library?
No,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
he didn't put it there.
So yeah, Donald Trump specifically, right? Again, sending it to his own presidential library is clearly evidence of him taking.
So
a
what does
personal
that
gift.
mean? He's sending it to his library.
Yeah,
It's going to sit at his library. Is it going to be used?
that's still like he is going to use it for presidential use temporarily because he's going to use it as Air Force One. So yeah.
Because it's a gift. Because it was a gift to the country.
Oh, no, it was a gift to him personally because he's going to use it and then send it to his own presidential library. He's not even going to keep it.
And what's
as
it going to
Air
do
Force
at
One.
his library? Is it going to be flying around the world?
So I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I would just assume that it would stay at the library probably for. a
See, you're
museum.
assuming. You know what happens when you assume.
Well, what else are you looking for? I couldn't do anything but assume.
Right. So you're assuming that he will use it, and I'm assuming that he won't use it.
Wait, actually, by the way, Trump himself on Truth Social referred to it as a gift.
Okay, so it's a gift. It's not illegal to take gifts.
Well, from foreign countries while
People,
you're
look
president.
at Biden did that. His son took gifts from the Ukraine.
Okay,
He took gifts from the Ukraine.
That's one. That's not. That's
You
not
know,
even,
we could get
the fact
into
that we're talking about Hunter
everything.
Biden in 2025 is crazy. Hunter Biden has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Okay, they have nothing to do with each
He's
other.
his
And I also-
son.
So, Trump's son-in-law sold our largest refinery to Saudi
Okay.
Arabia.
So it's okay
That's way
for
more
you
money.
to talk about Trump's son-in-law, but we can't talk about Biden's son.
I was saying that in response to you guys talking about Biden's son.
So it's okay for you to talk about Trump's son-in-law, but I can't talk about Biden's son.
Actually, it's the inverse. It's okay for you to talk about Hunter Biden, but it's not okay for me to talk about Jared Kushner.
No, it's fine. Okay, they're both wrong with what they've done.
Okay. So then what's your point with this?
The point that I was trying to make is that you could talk about Trump's son-in-law, but I can't talk about Biden's son.
No, I was saying this in response because you brought that up. And I was just saying that like this should actually be worse on behalf of Trump if you were to look at this, but it seriously doesn't have relevance to the president. So like, why are you, one, you went back to Biden, who wasn't even our last candidate. And two, you talked about his son, who wasn't even the presidential candidate and had nothing to do with the campaign.
Who was running the presidency when Biden was in office?
Joe Biden.
Was
You
Joe
answered it yourself.
Biden, was he able to run the presidency?
He was able to fill the
Was he
necessary...
of sound mind? His health was sure shit.
I don't think that's something that you should make fun of because he literally has cancer. That's kinda
I'm not
crazy.
making
But-
fun of it.
But yeah, no, so I mean, genuinely, like in terms of Joe Biden, like I do think that he could fulfill the necessary qualities of being president, but I do not think that he was fit to the degree that I would like to from a president of the United States. But the same thing's also true from Trump. And I would say that Trump actually believes in more delusional shit. Like Trump literally said that we should look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said windmills are causing whales to die.
He did not say that.
He did. I can play the clip. Do you want me to hear it? Do you want me to play it? Listen. Take a listen.
See the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that?
Where's the rest of the clip?
Injection inside or almost a cleaning, because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that so that you're going to.
You should check that to see if disinfectant by injection could fight COVID-19.
Well, that's like they said ivermectin wouldn't work because it was a horse drug. But ivermectin is actually a human drug.
An antiparasitic. Do you think COVID's a
Right.
parasite?
COVID. COVID was just a flu that
No, it
everybody
wasn't.
made a big deal about it. Yes, it was.
No,
It's
a
to see
coronavirus.
if we would be like lambs to the
It's
slaughter.
a coronavirus. It's significantly
Everybody
more.
has to say
It's
6 feet
multiple
away.
times more deadly and
Everybody
multiple.
has to wear
Hold
a
up.
mask.
Hold up, it's multiple times more
Everybody
deadly and
has
it is
to do
multiple times
this.
more infectious.
Yeah, okay.
That's true.
COVID, and the vaccine was not.
Effective. It was safe and effective, and it saved millions of lives.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
They knew nothing about the COVID vaccines.
Yes,
Why
they
do you think people are dying from that have gotten the vaccines?
It's a very, very low likelihood. There's a few
No, it's
people that you
not.
can point to around the world.
No,
just a
it's
few,
not.
After billions of
No,
doses.
it's not.
Yeah,
A
I'm
lot
serious.
of people are suffering the effects of it, and children should never have gotten that
They
shot.
definitely should get the vaccine.
No.
COVID vaccine has been proven to be
Children were
extremely, extremely effective
Children's
at mitigating
immune
disaster and death.
system is stronger than that.
No,
I didn't get it.
no, a vaccine plus natural immunity is the best way to specifically build up immunity.
No,
But in order to be able to
the
get natural immunity, you have to
vaccine-
put yourself at risk of all of the conditions of the virus, which is the whole point of what you want to limit from happening by getting the vaccine in the first place.
The vaccine was poisoned.
No, it's not. You're just
Yes, it is.
you've been propagandized.
Yes, it is.
Well, this is what happens to your brain when you just like consistently watch Newsmax. Like genuinely. Like you actually think that the vaccines were not effective when I can send you a bibliography that's in my bio, by the way. It's 30 plus pages of peer-reviewed systematic reviews, the best standard for evidence in science, right? That indicates that the COVID vaccines were safe and effective. Literally billions of different doses as samples specifically to demonstrate its effectiveness. We have studies upon studies upon studies upon studies upon studies that demonstrate the effectiveness of this. We have consensus in the scientific community, which we barely ever get. And you're still sitting here 5 years into the pandemic, after the pandemic, and you're denying the effectiveness of vaccines, which have saved millions upon millions of lives.
You know, I did not get the vaccine. I worked at the census. I was around many different people.
That was really
I
dumb.
did not
like
say,
genuinely, like that was really dumb to do.
But I never
I'm sorry. My dad almost died because of COVID, right? The fact that you put yourself at risk like that is not something to be proud about. Okay? Like genuinely, that is a threat to your life. It really is. COVID is a threat to your life. You are older. It is absolutely a threat to your life. If you look at the mortality rates, I know you think you're like you can't be affected by a virus, but you can, right? Anyone who has good health can be. My dad never is sick, almost never, and he almost died.
Is he a Christian?
Yeah, he is.
Does he believe that he was covered by the blood of Jesus?
He believes in Christianity. Yeah.
Then I don't know how he got it. Because I am covered by the blood of Jesus, and that saves me.
What?
Yeah, you
think believing in
You can
Christianity
laugh
means
all
you can't
you
get
want.
COVID? Wait.
No.
Okay. So you think that because you believe in
It
Christianity,
says
you
in
can't get
Psalm
COVID?
91, 1,000 may fall at my side and 10,000 at my right hand, but it shall not come
Trump,
near me.
Wait, did Trump get COVID?
What is that? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He actually did get COVID. And so then under your view, because he got COVID, would you say that he is not Christian?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. Well, Angel, you'll have to come up on another day and finish our conversation. You got flagged for misinformation, so I do actually have to go to the next person.
I've seen that. Because
Yeah.
everybody knows what misinformation is.
Yeah, exactly what you just engaged in. But Angel, you can come back on another day. We can finish our conversation here. I recommend to read other sources of the Newsmax. I'll see you, Angel. That was crazy. That was diabolical, chat. That was diabolical. Christians can't get COVID. That's actually the first time I've ever heard of that. I genuinely debated COVID for years. Like I debated COVID for a while. Like where I would debate people. I literally would go on live. And my background would be vaccines and masks are safe and effective. And I would get people disagreeing with me during the pandemic. That's actually one of where the originations of my platform was originally starting and having those conversations during the pandemic. And yeah, I've never heard that one before. That's the first. That's genuinely the first I've heard that. And I've heard every conspiracy theory you could ever hear.
If you are covered by the blood of Jesus, you will never ever be affected by.
I think they're trolling. I hope they are, at least. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I actually have a few people to thank. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. I apologize, everyone. Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Macy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that's horrible. Yeah. Misty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Emily with the $3. Jasmine with the $5. Amanda, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jasmine, I definitely will. Thank you so much. Morgan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Morgan, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trinity, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I also have to catch up on YouTube. I know I'm behind on YouTube. Let me catch up on YouTube real quick. Then we're going to get the next debate up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here. And then actually, I will thank the people on YouTube real quick. Alrighty. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's up with your profile picture, bro?
Oh, it's Donald Trump. You like it?
No, why'd you change his hair?
Nah, bro, this is how he be balling like that, bro. Hey, but let's get to the point, though. So,
Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Sock 50, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Cody, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. DJ, thank you for the $5. Cornell, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 5. OG K-pop Stan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 for Justice for Patrick Starr. Absolutely. Jenny, thank you for the $2. J Ben, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Marin with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marin. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Salty with the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Salty and Caroline. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I'm doing the same. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26. How old are you?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't. Before you kick me, thank you for...
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Laura, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's absolutely horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 21.
What's your birth year?
04.
What month?
February.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump, but now I'm just a little... I would like to hear your points on my stance, I guess, and because I am leaning more towards Democratic now, but at the same time, I don't know.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I wouldn't say support Trump, but I do support the Republican views. I support just the abortion side of that, and then also the immigration policies. But I don't know. I am Christian, so I feel like just all my life I've been surrounded by people who support Trump. So it's been like, I felt like I had to, like, I guess, see towards like the right views, but also just a part of me, I get really embarrassed. Like, for example, that girl you were just talking to, that older lady, like, of course, I could tell she's on fire for Jesus. She loves Jesus. But to say things like, oh, only Christians will get, just because I'm covered by the blood of Jesus, that's the reason why I didn't get COVID. Or just to say things that are so just far-fetched and just blame it on Christianity. It just makes me feel a sort of way, because I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. But what do you think about, because I'm Christian and I plan on being Christian for the rest of my life, but at the same time, like, I know Jesus would accept like people who come in, and you know, he is all open arms. He has a good heart. And then at the same time, like Christians, I feel like they don't agree with that. So as a Christian, do you...
I have a question. Would Jesus like cut people off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast as children?
I do not believe he would do that. But at the same time, I do believe he would not agree with abortion. I feel like he would be so heartbroken to, like, you know, but at the same time, I do understand, like, the woman's point of view. Like, if she is not in the stance to have a baby, like, I don't know. I feel lost, to be honest.
So yeah, but like the idea is that God and Jesus believes in free will, right? That people have the ability
Correct.
to choose to do what they would want. So like the idea that it should be legal, right, doesn't conflict with Christianity.
Yes, but in the sense of, like, I feel like we should stand up, because at the end of the day, like, there are people, like my best friend, for example, she was supposed to be aborted, but it was a failed abortion, and her mom was so sad, because it's like, if she was aborted, I would have never been able to meet her. Like, I don't know. I just do feel like everything is so intentional with God, and at the same time, I don't know. I just feel like, do you think there's ever a possibility that there will be, like, Christianity uprise and party, or do you think it's always just going to stay Republican?
Oh wait, repeat that. Sorry, I think you cut out a little bit.
Because, like, when I think of MAGA, I think of very, very, Christ, like, they all have this Christian perspective, but at the same time, like, I feel like it's contradicting. So I was wondering if you think, like, there will ever be, like, just Christianity upbringing within the Democratic Party, because I feel like
Kamala Harris is
at
Christian,
least,
so is Joe Biden.
yes, but I don't know. I just is she like, does she repent? Does she like promote Jesus? Like, I feel like I
Donald
don't
Trump
hear
was the
about
one
that.
that said that he never asked God for forgiveness. And again, she specifically believes in a separation of church and state. So she doesn't use religious reason to say that the law should be a certain way, because she knows that the law is predicated off of her personal values.
Okay. So then, is there a
Not
reason why
every
she?
sin should be illegal, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree with that.
So because we acknowledge that not every sin should be illegal, we know that what the law is different, necessarily speaking, from what your religious commitments are. Because if it were just based upon your religious commitments, well, then everything that's sinful would be illegal. But that's not your perspective. Therefore, the positions that you hold specifically in terms of what should be legal and what should not be are predicated on your personal values. And you can have the personal value to be pro-choice. And that's not something that's antithetical to your Christian religion. You can say you think abortion is wrong and that you wouldn't ever get an abortion in your life, but you should say that you could say that it could be legal for other people. You disagree with them doing it. You think it's wrong that they do it, but it should be legal, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it should be legal, but then again, it's just my opinion. I feel like, yeah, I guess
Why?
that's right.
Why should it be illegal?
I feel like it should be illegal because at the end of the day, it's a life. It like sperm meets egg, it creates a life, and I just feel like it's just science. And I know people think it's just a clump of cells, but it will lead down to like.
I agree. Life begins at conception. I don't think we value cellular life. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I mean, at that person already lived a life, and it's time. Like this is different. I feel like this, like, sperm meets an egg. It's a cell, right? And it will turn into a baby eventually. Like, this is like that person already on the deathbed had a life, and I do feel like it's wrong to pull the plug, but it makes sense in that sense. Like, if there's absolutely no recovery and they are in that vulnerable state, like, and if that bed needs to be given to someone else, then of course, like, I feel like that would make sense.
No, but
I feel
is
like
it murder to pull
sperm
the
meets
plug? Because they're still cellularly.
I wouldn't say
alive.
sorry, I'm
Like-
thinking.
Like, their personhood will never come back. What we know is them as a person will never come back. But, like, cellularly speaking, their body's still alive. That's why, like, what I say is personhood is different from just cellular life. I don't think personhood begins at conception when cellular life begins. I think personhood begins when subjective experience begins, sentient life begins, which is around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. When the certain
Yeah,
parts
but
of the
that's where I
brain are
feel like it's
developed.
different because I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. But that's where I see it's different because I believe in spirit. I believe in spiritual, and we have souls, and I believe the second like a life is about to come, we have a soul. So that I think that's where it's different, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. And then I also have another question about just I know earlier you said how you think that Trump said he won't repent and stuff like that. And a part of me does think it's do you think he uses Christianity as a sort of outlet to get a ton of Christians on his side? Do you think that's something that he does?
Yeah, I think he's utilizing the idea of Christianity in order to get people to vote for him. But I don't necessarily think he upholds it.
Okay. And that's what I'm starting to realize, I guess, during throughout this time. And okay. And then do you think Kamala and the blue side would ever make use of Christianity? But I do know that there's just so many things that clash because like Democrats, they believe in like LGBTQ, they believe in transgender, they
Yeah, none of
push
that
that, and
conflicts.
like whereas conservatives,
None of that conflicts with Christianity. But like, yeah, I do think that there's going to be a basis of the left doing that. Like, for example, I think James Tolrico, he specifically has to some degree. Now, he doesn't use it to say like, oh, people should have restricted access to these things, but he uses it to say that we should take care of people in our communities, that we should be there for each other, that we should love and not hate, like things like that. And I think that idea of Christianity will definitely be used by the left.
I see. The people in the comments are funny. Okay, I think I'll think on that. Thank you, though.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Harold, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Harold in the comment section right now? Yo, that's actually so cool. That's so cool that they're published all over. That's really, really cool. I'll have to actually check that out. I'd definitely have to see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 62.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Number one is probably the immigration policy. I'll acknowledge he's a little strict at times with the way he's trying to deport people, but for the most part, I think he had to stop the bleeding at the border. So that's one thing I support. I like the tariff to a certain degree. I think wise people have learned that he goes to the extreme at first and then he backs off of it. That's just his negotiating style. So, and I don't want to sound like what some people say, but you gotta read through that. The guy's an entertainer. The guy's a real estate developer. He's a spectacle. He likes to do things in a spectacular fashion. So the end game isn't always where he starts. So.
Okay, so could you be specific with like what you'd like in terms of his immigration policy?
I like the concept of a merit-based future, right? If we're going to change things, let's at least make it somewhat merit-based. If I'm not mistaken, most countries, if you tried to move there, you do have to have some level of proof that you can support yourself and that you bring something of value to their country. You can't just immigrate to a country to mooch off their resources.
Okay, I don't think that's what's happening. In terms of immigration, immigrants are actually have a higher labor force participation rate. So this idea that they're just like quote unquote mooching off the system is obviously ridiculous. Now, if you want to talk about being merit-based, do you think that the person you voted for has a lot of merit, Trump?
Merit for what? I mean, he's obviously been a successful businessman. Well, I guess I don't follow where you're going on. Does he have merit?
Yeah, does he have merit?
He's proven himself as a successful businessman. He's proven himself as a successful politician. What else is there? I mean, everybody has merit, some form or another.
No, but for being president, like none of this is necessarily for being president. Just being elected doesn't mean that you're like you have merit. That's kind of ridiculous.
Well,
now if you want to talk about being a successful businessman, I mean, he had 6 different bankruptcies. Do you know any good business people that have 6 bankruptcies?
I will guarantee that most successful business people probably had a bankrupt business at some time in their past.
Maybe 1, but 6?
Well, depends on how many different businesses you try. I mean, I've been asking people this question for like years at this point, and I've never had a single person been mentioned that had 6 bankruptcies outside of Trump. Anybody entrepreneurial and aggressive will have had bankruptcies. I mean,
6 of them, though?
Yeah, I mean, my brother had 3 businesses, and 2 out of the 3 went bankrupt. The third one
That's
was
not 6,
successful.
though.
No, but if he had
Dude, that's 2
300
bankruptcies.
attempts, he would have.
Trump had 3 times the bankruptcies that your brother has. 3
Yeah, but he
times.
probably had 20 times the attempts. When your entrepreneurial
I mean, when you inherit
drive.
when you inherit $400 million from your dad, it's definitely a lot easier. Now, again, what are all these other people specifically that are super rich that have 6 bankruptcies? You know, I'd love to see. Like,
I mean, have there ever been companies bought by Berkshire Hathaway that filed bankruptcy?
we're
Maybe.
talking
I
about
don't
6
know.
times, not 1 bankruptcy, 6
Yeah, but
times.
it doesn't matter how many times you went bankrupt.
It
It's
does.
how many
It
times have you
actually really
attempted?
does.
How many times you've attempted?
Okay.
Plus,
How about this? How about this? You think he's a fantastic businessman? What policy, economic policy, has he influenced to get passed that is demonstrating of his successful business mentality?
I think lowering taxes on businesses will promote business. I think the tax policies that make USA businesses more competitive
Why are we bailing out
is a
Argentina?
good thing. I don't know much about that topic.
Didn't they do that? Didn't they like lower taxes a lot? Didn't they like try that model? Well, so why are we bailing them out if it
No.
works so well?
I don't know the history of Argentina.
Okay. Now, if you want to talk about lowering taxes and things like that in terms of Donald Trump, lowering taxes on businesses, right, through the context of the trickle down has actually just led to wages not increasing with productivity when prior they did, which means wages would be higher right now if it was the case that we didn't impose trickle down economic policy, because it would have continued on the same trend in terms of productivity increase. Right. So I think that's because it doesn't really, there's not much of an incentive to pass down the money to your employee unless you profit from it, because there's a fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the shareholders.
Yeah, but your premise is that businesses should be passing down their profits to their employees. Businesses should be paying employees for the value they bring to the table.
Yeah, which is productivity based, right? So as
yeah, and
productivity
most-
increases, we would see increases in wages reflective of productivity, which has stopped happening since the 80s. What's happened in the 80s? Well, stagflation. Right? Not stagflation. Stagflation was the 70s. I apologize.
Well,
I meant to say
you're-
trickle down policy. That's not what I didn't mean to say stagflation.
But you're
Stagflation was
assuming
the
that
70s.
productivity increases are because of wages. There's many things that are increasing
typically,
productivity
we saw an increase of wages or reflective with productivity prior to trickle down economics policy being implemented.
Yeah, but productivity now is more driven by technology than the staffing and wages and employees.
Okay, so then where are the profits going then?
The profits go to the owner of the business.
It was technology based anyway. Like, for example, in the Industrial Revolution, like, do you think that was not technological based?
Well,
At least
throughout history, there's always
at least
been
how we view
technology
technology, right? That's how we view technology, right? It allowed for an increase in the level of yield, right, which specifically allowed for us to produce more things.
Yeah, I mean, technology today, we're not talking computer chips and stuff like that. Technology is any form of invented mechanism or process that enables you to be more productive.
Yeah, so essentially the point is
throughout
that
history,
productivity increases should lead to an increase in wages reflective of that productivity increase.
no,
Yes.
wages should increase because the employee is bringing something of value to the table.
That's productivity, dude.
Not if the productivity enhancement was created because of technology.
But they're still
enhancement.
they're
So a
the one
business
using the technology because they're the worker.
Yeah, but if a business borrows $10 million and puts in all this machinery, then it enables its employees to be more productive. Why should the employee get the profits from that? The employee is only more productive because the business owner invested in the equipment that allows them to be productive. The employee didn't create the productivity. The employee utilized the investments paid for by the owner
Yeah,
of the
and the
business.
employee and the owner of the business did not create the productivity either. That was in response to a profit mechanism that existed in the economy because of the consumer. So I don't understand why you're specifically saying that. The employer benefits based upon the employee. You know that, right? The employer wouldn't be able to benefit to that degree because they wouldn't be able to be that productive if it wasn't for the employee. So acting like the employee does not deserve an increase based upon the level of productivity increase, which is what they specifically yield to, is definitely ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. What
It is.
every employee, if you're not being paid what you feel you're worth, go find somebody else to pay you what you feel you'll be worth.
Yeah, but if there's no other options in the context of an economy, then you would realize that it doesn't happen to that degree. And also, the point that we're making here is that, again, employers, right, they have the ability to increase wages reflective of productivity, but choose not to because of the fact that they can keep that money for themselves.
Right. And what's wrong with that? They're the ones that made the investment.
What's wrong with that? Because I want wages to increase reflective of productivity. I think that was good.
Well, if wages increase, if businesses have to pay their employees more, don't they just raise prices? Isn't that detrimental to the poor when goods and services go up in price? Just like tariffs. If you guys are so confident that tariffs are a tax that the consumer pays for, then why do liberals want to tax businesses more? Doesn't that just make a more of a burden on consumers?
No, it doesn't. It's not reflective on consumers to the same degree because it's placed on profits and not the cost of production.
Any tax, whether it's a tariff or an income tax or a payroll tax that's paid by the employer, not the employee, it goes into the cost of production. So you guys say it's okay to tax corporations more from an income perspective, but you're so against taxing the Chinese producer that's trying to sell the products.
You don't know what a tariff is. You think a tariff is paid by the foreign country?
No. I think a tariff is paid by one of three people. If the foreign country, it's paid either by the foreign country or the importer or the consumer.
No, it's paid by the American importing business.
But when an importing business calls a foreign country and says, I can no longer buy your good because of this tariff, that guy says, well, I'll drop my price a little bit. And then there's a balancing act where everybody's got to pay a chunk of it. It's even the automakers. They said they're not raising their prices because of tariffs.
Speaking, if you want to talk about where it ends up being paid by, is inevitably mostly paid by the consumer.
It may be mostly paid by the consumer, but it is partly paid by the producer, partly paid by the
You're saying
importer.
If there's some sort of negotiation within that respect, which they could also go to other people in the context of the market because of the fact that the tariff has caused this. So it's a very small portion of people that what you're saying is going to be applicable to, and it's also not taking into account plenty of other factors in the market that are obviously relevant. If you're talking about who it's directly paid by, it's obviously directly paid by the American businesses importing the product. But you're saying that like there might be a deal that like a company around the world might try to cut. Sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they paid it.
Well, if you're talking about who writes the check,
it's the American business importing the product.
It is the importer. But what if that importer was importing $10 million of goods and he says, you know what, price it at $9 million and I'll still buy it. But at $10 million, I can't afford the tariff. And then the Chinese guy says, all right, I'll drop my price to $9 million. And that enables the guy to.
That's assuming that there's no other person, particularly in another country, that could pay them more than $9 million.
Right.
So then, like,
no, I agree. Let's go back to the tax. Tariff is a tax, right? That's what you believe. That's what I'll grant you. That a tariff is a tax.
Okay.
Income are also a tax. So why do your party likes to talk about the idea of raising taxes on corporate? They don't pay their fair share. It's okay to tax it's okay to raise the income tax, but it's not okay to raise the tariff tax?
Yeah, because tariffs will have a regressive negative impact, whereas income tax is a progressive tax, meaning people who are rich pay disproportionately more.
It's a corporation paying the tax. That's what I'm talking about. Not personal income taxes, corporate taxes.
If you're talking about corporate taxes, which corporate taxes are it's only for specifically like 28%, which is not even reflective of what we specifically see in terms of income tax. The main one is income tax over 400,000. But why corporations? Again, corporate tax again, in this idea is still going to be reflective of profits. But
is it common for Democrats to want to raise taxes on corporations? Yes.
Yes, I think that's for higher income corporations. Yes. Progressive tax structure. We have a progressive tax structure for corporate tax, for income tax, for the different types of things.
The corporate tax is a flat federal tax.
Now it's 28%. Flat because of Trump. It's 21% because of Trump. It was specifically 21. Yeah. It was a progressive tax structure under Obama. For income earners under $50,000 in terms of corporate income, that specifically was paid at a higher tax rate, specifically under the Trump administration compared to the Obama administration by 6%. It was 15 under Obama, and it's 21 now under Trump.
But if a corporation has to pay a tariff, you argue that they raise their prices on consumers to cover that, right? If a corporation has to pay a tax, why don't you have this?
One, because it's specifically those that
it goes through to the end product to the consumer.
One, it's progressive, meaning it impacts people who are higher income to a greater extent. Two, profits, right? Like you understand that one's based on the cost of production and the other one's based on profits.
Well, I think where we're missing each other is what I commonly hear is just a generic, the corporate tax rate needs to go back to 35% or 28 or whatever. Nobody says, let's go back to a progressive corporate tax. They all just want a higher corporate tax.
Progressive corporate tax is what we've had, and that's what I advocate for. Just saying that other people haven't said that specifically to you is not a response to my argument.
Okay, I'm learning today that you mean a progressive corporate tax when you support higher taxes on corporations.
Yeah.
So that's a different discussion.
Okay. I mean, that's what everyone's been advocating for. We don't want to tax small businesses that much. We want to tax the highest income businesses that much.
Well, I guess a business is a business, right? Unless you're going to go in the details of LLCs and pass-throughs and all that. But the corporate tax, where a C corporation pays currently 21%, it's a totally different discussion to talk about going to a progressive C corp tax than it is to they just raise it from 21 to 28 or 35 or whatever.
I'm confused.
But regardless,
what your point is here.
Well, my point is, any corporation who has the burden of higher taxes will pass that on to whatever product they're selling to the consumer.
Yeah, it's about the proportion that would be. The proportion that would be specifically through the tariffs that we're talking about is significantly higher. So again, when you have a progressive tax structure, that mitigates that effect.
So if a corporation pays $10 million more in a tariff, that affects the consumer more than a corporation paying $10 million more in an income tax?
If you have a progressive tax structure in terms of corporate taxes, that actually creates better conditions for competition within the context of the market, right? And it helps out small businesses if you're specifically taxing larger corporations to a greater extent. There's a mechanism for competition that exists within the context of the country that would be beneficial, that we'd specifically point to in that connotation, that doesn't exist in terms of the tariffs. The tariffs specifically imposed on countries around the world actually gives, right, the ability for large corporations in the United States to take even more profit share with less competition. This creates conditions for better competition.
Are there any prominent politicians that are advocating for a progressive corporate tax?
That's exactly what we were advocating for across the board. That's what established already. That's what existed under the Obama administration. I've already explained this to you.
No, all I hear is
Dude,
the
I don't
Democrats
know
talk-
who the hell you're talking about, to be honest with you. No clue. This is something that's very common.
when I listen to senators or the news commentators that are arguing for higher corporate taxes, they're always talking about increasing it from a current 21% corporate tax to a higher rate. They never talk about a tiered progressive.
Okay, then they need to specify that more, maybe.
Okay,
But
yes.
that's been the position of the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Hello?
I'll listen for it. I'll listen for it next time just to see. I just haven't heard it. So, and I do,
For sure.
I go, what channels do I watch? I try to flip through CNN. I can't take MSNBC, but I do watch CNN. I like CNBC in the morning. I like, what's the other one? I watch a lot of the BBC every now and then just to get a flavor of what they think over there. But
Okay. All right, so like it doesn't seem like any of these policies you've advocated for show that Donald Trump is better in terms of the economy or that his business mentality has been beneficial within that respect. I would argue that the economy is worse off now because Trump has gotten into office and because of the policies he's advocating for.
the economy is worse.
Yes.
The economy is not worse. It's
is.
potentially peak.
It's worse. We have
But
higher unemployment. We have higher levels of inflation. We have specifically worse off jobs reports numbers.
We do not have higher inflation.
We do.
Well, we're still, the reason people are suffering is because 2 to 3 years of 7, 8, 9% inflation can't get wiped out just because you bring inflation back down to 3%. You have to have deflation if you ever go back to
You don't
the
want
cost levels
deflation
from before.
You don't want deflation. That can
No.
cause a
I'm not saying I want deflation. I'm just saying people need to realize that once inflation goes 2 or 3 years at those significantly high rates, 7, 8, 9, you're stuck there. You can't go back because of what you just said. It would require it to be deflation, which is not a good thing, but lower inflation.
So when Trump was saying he was going to lower prices, he was lying.
Well, I think he did lower prices because
He did not lower prices, dude. How did Trump lower prices? What industry did he lower prices in?
Well, eggs are lower. Shipping costs are lower
Eggs
for
have to
people
do with bird flu. Shipping costs are not lower.
But fuel is one of the biggest drivers of
Fuel's more gas has been more expensive since Trump got in office. It was 307 when he got in office. It's 316 now, according to the Energy Information Administration.
Well, what was the average when?
That's the average.
No, what was the average during the 4 years that?
No, we're talking
Biden was in
about when Trump left. I mean, when Trump got into office, comparative to now. Hello?
The gas is. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess you've seen the numbers, so I trust you, but it just feels lower to me. I know crude oil is lower now, which is a lot of the basis for, gasoline that you put in your car isn't necessarily tied to crude. It's tied more to refining costs than it is crude. Of course, it's both, but so gasoline is not the only metric by which you can judge the cost of transportation.
Yeah, do you want to see what energy costs are? Energy costs have gone up.
What's the metric that you use for energy costs?
Well, I mean, we can. Yeah, what's the metric? It depends on specifically what you're trying to reference. Are you trying to reference renewables? Or are you trying to reference specifically, what's it called? Fossil fuels. If you just look at kilowatts per an hour, right, on overall, which takes into account both, right, we've seen an increase I think it was 6.1% comparative to the previous year, according to the EIA.
So when you say energy, you're talking electricity?
Yes.
Yeah, electricity is only a part of the cost of most manufacturing, right? Isn't a lot of it
Well,
natural gas,
residential
fuel, or
electricity,
steam?
that's energy pricing, right? That's what I was going to reference. I mean, would you like me to reference a different metric? That's why I was like,
Residential electricity pricing is such a wide. I mean, look
there's
at the
commercial,
electricity
there's
pricing.
industrial. Wait. There's commercial, industrial. They've all seen increases. Transportation. I mean, we can.
Well,
All sectors have seen an increase.
part of the reason electricity prices have gone up is because natural gas prices have gone up, and so much of electricity is produced by natural gas. Natural gas prices have gone up because there's now greater demand worldwide, and a lot of the natural gas produced in the U.S. is being exported. So natural gas pricing has trended upwards, and that will impact the cost of electricity.
Okay, so again, you're not really telling us anything Trump's done to benefit these conditions. I would argue that him undermining renewable energy production has led to an increase in the cost of energy in this country.
Look at renewable energy is the most expensive kind of energy.
Renewable energy is becoming significantly less expensive, and the investments we put into it have caused it to become less expensive, especially wind and solar. So I don't know where you're getting that from. It's definitely, according to the Department of Energy, become multiple times less expensive over the past 2 decades.
I'm well aware it's come down in price, but it's still an expensive way to produce. I mean, look at battery production is expensive, but there's a reason it's expensive, right? It solves the problem of, there's load shifting, there's intermittent coverage.
What you're not taking into account is that there are negative externalities by specifically engaging in fossil fuel production for energy that are not seen specifically within renewable energy production. So what costs you're not talking about are the social costs.
Social costs is a little fluffy.
Wow, you don't think social costs are relevant, so you don't agree with regulations in general?
Well,
because environmental regulations are meant to benefit us from a social perspective.
Well, maybe I don't understand what you're talking about. Social costs. What is a social cost?
Yeah, like by social costs, I just mean like when there's climate pollution, right? Or there's specifically going to be conditions for like, say like, for example, in general, like a company, they want to get rid of some waste and they decide just to throw it into the waterway, right? People then utilizing that waterway, their health gets negatively impacted. The cost that is imposed on them because of that happening is a negative externality and a social cost, right? Specifically of not applying a federal regulation. If you apply a federal regulation, then that won't happen, and then then those social costs won't have to go through. So then you overall have a social benefit.
There's a fairly robust set of regulations in place on most of the egregious practices.
Well, I'm describing the process to you, and I'm also saying that like Trump is undermining the EPA. He's gutting the EPA. He cut is expecting to cut by like around 40%, which I mean a lot of these are specifically meant to address those inequities and those particular issues that specifically exist from an environmental perspective, and they have
because of his cuts, what are some of the actions that are happening because he cut some of the EPA regulations?
Like what's being allowed?
Yeah,
is that what you're asking?
I mean, yeah, and I'm actually kind of curious, right? Like what are companies doing now because these regulations were cut that is so harmful?
Yeah, so you can even get this from the EPA themselves. They specifically talk about the largest quote-unquote deregulatory action in U.S. history. They specifically give the very basics for what they decided to get rid of. And I can also send you a PBS article specifically on the level of environmental rollbacks, because one thing that the EPA under the Trump administration doesn't take into account is the benefits specifically imposed by a lot of these programs, because these programs specifically lead to significantly greater levels of benefits than what they lead to in terms of costs. So that's actually something you can actually find by specifically going to a title from PBS, being the Trump EPA announces aggressive rollback of environmental protections. And there was a study done by the EPA just prior to this that for sure 18 of the 21 specific regulations that they went over and looked at had more benefits than they had costs imposed on society. Right, by the regulations.
I'm happy to look at some of that stuff, but you got to look who's funding these studies as well, because
it's from the EPA.
The EPA, is it completely nonpartisan? Somebody's staffing the EPA.
They're utilizing specifically climate scientists, right?
Oh, well, there's the problem.
Climate scientists are the problem?
The climate scientists that get talked about most are the ones who produce studies.
There's a 97% consensus within the climate science community that indicates that climate change is caused by humans. So this is just...
there's probably a 97% consensus that the people that did those studies got paid to do those studies.
Yeah, they don't get paid to change the results of studies. Of course they're paid. They're supposed to live off of nothing?
No, but there's studies that don't make it into the media because they dispute that's a fact. There's naturally occurring changes in climate.
No one's disputing that. But these are not on the natural pathways. That's why we've seen a distinction.
So if, in fact, there's a way to change the world so that the climate stops degrading, if you believe it's degrading, can you do that without China participating, without India participating?
Thank you. Well, China is participating. They've announced that they are participating in doing that and talking about emissions cuts. So I like how this has been the common argument. Now you have fucking nothing, bud. You guys got nothing because China's actually doing something now. Finally, we can just say that's a ridiculous argument, and you don't have any basis to it. So,
but are they're
doing it? Now it's our turn. Spark, think of the galaxy. Thank you.
Yeah, they're not doing it to a degree that's going to make a difference in the world.
Oh, okay. Now you're just going to say the bullshit, right? You think that we're doing anything? We're not. They're doing more than us right now. Right? They're actually trending in the right direction. Our president thinks that climate change is a hoax. Thank you for the $4.20. Thank you, Naya. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5.
No, he thinks,
Macy of the dollar. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think he thinks that the notion of climate change being man-made is a hoax.
Yeah, which is bullshit, right? Most scientists indicate that's true.
I think there's debate on that.
Nope, there's not. It's a consensus within the climate science community. You literally just undermined climate scientists. And you were laughing at that, saying that they were just paid.
No, let me ask your opinion, and I don't listen to you enough to know. But what are your thoughts on this guy, John Stossel?
Not familiar.
Oh, he's a libertarian guy. He tries to. Well, I can't explain it, but he tries to dispute some of these common givens that the world has just accepted. So he's done some good videos on why climate scientists that are the prominent ones. The only ones that get listened to are the ones that say climate change is, dire. What about Bill Gates? Didn't he turn
does he deny that climate change is caused by humans?
I think he generally, yes. I don't think he's just boldly saying it's.
I honestly don't care then. Genuinely, like, I mean, he denies basic science. This is basic science. This is like denying evolution. Do you deny evolution as well? I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I mean, we can talk religion, but I'm not particularly religious.
That has nothing to do with religion. You can be religious and still believe in evolution. Did you know that?
Well, I don't deny evolution, right? But I don't.
Okay. So
frankly, I don't
You
know
denying climate science is akin to you denying evolution. So if you think it's absurd to deny evolution, then you obviously shouldn't think it's absurd, or you should think it's absurd to deny climate change.
Okay, Parker, I don't spend my whole life digging into this stuff, so maybe I'm not the best guy to debate you, but I've seen at least enough justifiable arguments to lead me to think that it's possible natural climate cycles are what is happening, that it may or may not be.
There's no good
human
evidence for
cause.
that. All the good evidence.
There's no good
indicates that
evidence
it's
in the
human
studies
caused.
that are paid for by liberals.
You think
that
all
believe
of
that.
dude liberals facts are liberal. Facts are liberal. There's too many scientists that are liberal, and they are making all of the liberal science bias. 97% of climate scientists, all of them are liberal.
Hey, I thought you did a great job with that old lady earlier in not mocking her for some of the ridiculous things she's saying. So please don't mock me with your voice like that.
Cope, I'm sorry, bro. You said something stupid. I'm going to mock it. I think that was insane. You just said that the scientists were liberal and that you're not accepting their determinations. Okay? You genuinely do not deserve my respect. Like, genuinely. That is an absurd position. That is an insane position. Okay? You think scientists are Democrat and liberal and are just biased around the entire world, by the way. This is not just the United States. This is internationally. You think that liberals have a control on science across the entire world to a degree that makes those results like incoherent or not good or biased in some manner? This is absurd. This is obviously absurd. This has nothing to do with liberalism. It has everything to do with science indicates this to be true. Like, literally, like, this is why I mocked what you just did, is because it's so absurd and it leads to a public health crisis in our country where people believe in misinformation and bullshit with no basis in evidence, and they listen to RFK.
So what about the scientists that decades ago said we've got another 10 years and the earth will disappear? I mean, the scientists
No one said that. Name one scientist that ever said that. The world's gonna disappear. No one said that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't live and breathe this stuff, so I can't quote the things like you do. So I mean, I respect that you are an informed person who spends a lot of time engulfed in this. I try to view both sides of every story, and I happen to respect this guy, John Stossel. Look at a couple of his videos and see what you think. I'd be curious one day to hear. He's been around a long time. He's not a new name. But why did Bill Gates just change his story? Didn't he? And I only heard the headlines. So
yeah,
did he or did he not change his story?
People have been misinterpreting this one. So he's specifically arguing that given that there's going to be a distinction specifically in our ability to be able to address climate change, right? There can be issues that specifically can affect, disease and vaccines and access to that to a greater extent because of the defunding of vaccine research. So there's actually he's making a claim that vaccines, technically, inevitably speaking, will save more lives to address specifically than just climate change, right? In the long run. But climate change is still an important thing to address. So it's a misinterpretation. It's more like a priorities thing that he's talking about based upon how the administration is attacking research into vaccines, into technology, into medicine, into cancer research, and things that are really important.
Okay, I'll seek out his interview because if that's what he said, I believe you. But again, I saw your live and I wanted to listen to you because I just want to hear different viewpoints. if I had more time to dig into it, I probably would, but it's just not something that interests me to that degree.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No.
All right.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'll keep watching and
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
see what you say. Yeah. Thank you.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It should be on live for another 2 hours at least. Should be on live for another 2 hours at least, everyone.
My grandpa is a Trump supporter.
Okay. And is he right there with you?
No, he's not. But I just want to tell you why he supports him.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Jenny, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much for elevation dealing with dumbasses. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up?
Yo. I'm 20. I was born in 2004, November 30th.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why so?
I agree with a lot of his policies. I will say Epstein has been quite disappointing across the board. But can we debate on abortion, because that's the one I'm most informed on.
Okay. What about it?
So you say you believe in science? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You agree that life starts at conception? Yes.
Yeah.
You agree that all humans deserve human rights? Yes.
All people deserve rights, yes.
Yes, all humans.
All people, yeah. I mean, do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, if they're brain dead, then they're gone.
But they're cellularly speaking alive.
Yeah, they might be cellular alive, but they have no further potential.
Oh, okay. So is it about the potential for a subjective experience, or is it about the life?
It's about a combined amount of things. First, I would say innocence. We should prioritize innocence over anything else. So they have had no experience to make them a good or bad person. So they deserve the chance to life at that. And they deserve human rights.
Okay. You didn't really give me a thing. What's the consideration that you value? Is it life and future subjective experience, or what's the condition?
Yes, I would say potential life. The subjective experience would come to the potential of it does matter.
But alone.
As someone who is not alone.
Not alone. Okay, so if it's not potential alone, well then obviously why would you value it prior to sentience?
Because it has innocence. It's going to be life. It is a baby. It's a human.
It is living at conception. I don't think you value just cellular life. We've already gone over that. You don't just value cellular life.
I value human cellular life when it comes to the potential of human life.
So do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? Because that's human cellular life.
That's not the same thing.
How about this? Do you think IVF is wrong?
I do have issues with it, but I do think overall it can be more beneficial with the potential of more lives that weren't going to be there in general. But I do have more
discarding many
with
zygotes
it.
and embryos, right? You're discarding
I
multiple
do
zygotes
agree,
and embryos
yes.
per patient.
I do have moral qualms with it. I don't fully support it.
Do you think it's serial murder? Do you think it should be illegal?
That's where I'm a little hard on it, because I'm not entirely sure on that. Because I mean, for example, I'm a child of IVF myself, so I do like the fact that I got to be here, but I was also raised without a father.
You could have.
To,
Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was getting a call. I would have preferred being born naturally with a father, so I would have preferred that, but I grew up the way I did, and I'm still glad I was here through IVF, so I can't entirely hate IVF, but I do have more problems with it because it does discard
So do you think it's murder? Do you think
fertilizer.
it should be banned and be illegal?
I could get behind that to some degree.
Okay. So then you think you shouldn't have been born then? You think it should have
Maybe
been
through
banned?
that.
You think it should have been banned so that you wouldn't exist?
I don't believe that it was the most beneficial way.
No, but like genuinely,
I'm here. I'm happy. I'm here, but I would have preferred a natural.
So you
means of
support
conception.
policies that would
means I
ensure
have a
that
father.
you aren't here today.
It would still with the abortion would still have more people here. I would value more people over myself.
Are you condemning your parents specifically? Did you say your mom was involved with your life, or did you say that you went through adoption?
Yes.
Would you condemn
my
your
mom.
mom for engaging in IVF?
I don't entirely agree with her on it. No.
So do you think that she was
I
involved in
do.
a process of serial murder?
I wouldn't entirely blame her on the basis of I don't blame the women, for example, who have abortions or the women who
Okay,
have
so abortion
IVF.
shouldn't be illegal then.
Can I finish? I was going to say I more blame the industries, the institutions that give it the ability to happen. That's why I blame more than the women, because I don't believe you can blame all women for it, because either they're not fully informed or they don't know, because I would say a lot of women don't fully understand the process of IVF, for example. When that happens, they don't understand that they are discarding so many lives for a potential life. So, but that's more of a lack of information, so I'm not going to condemn them for it. I rather condemn the institutions that allow these processes to happen.
Would you condemn Nazis that were propagandized into believing that Jewish people were not human?
Would I condemn the people who were propagandized into it? No. I would blame the institution and the government at that
So
point.
you wouldn't hold Nazi officials accountable for war crimes and for crimes against humanity because they were propagandized by the society that they live in?
I was more referring to the civilian population, not the government institute.
We're talking about people in the military, right? The SS and those that were involved in the processes, right? They, based upon their own society, they were raised into propagandized into believing that this was the case. Yet they still should be held accountable for crimes against humanity.
I also believe that you can have your own morals on this, or come to your own morals that understanding people are people, because all humans are human, nonetheless. So
I'm confused.
it's a lack of their morals. Basically, they failed to use their morals there. I would agree on.
What? Can you repeat? I'm really confused with what you just said.
They're lacking the critical thinking of their morals to understand humans are humans, even if they're propagandized.
Oh, so are you just assuming that women don't have critical thinking skills? Is that your assumption here?
No, I'm saying they are not informed. That I'm saying.
So
understanding that
they're not informed about what? They're not informed about.
What I was going to say is, it's not as simple to understand that a fertilized egg is a human to a person that you are going to commit a war crime against, that is living in front of you and you can see them. It's not as simple to understand that.
Okay, so so to clarify, we're going back to the point in terms of the hypothetical. You do think that that they did know, they specifically are propagandized into believing this. That's not specific reason to say that like they shouldn't be held accountable.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't believe they should be held accountable because they weren't informed.
So you believe Nazis that killed Jewish people and committed war crimes shouldn't be held accountable?
I wouldn't compare a full human that you can see killing them to the same thing as killing or having eggs that are fertilized that you
So
don't know.
Are you saying that abortion isn't murder?
I'm saying it's not murder on the woman. It is murder on
What?
the.
It's not murder. What do you wait? So you don't think that a woman is? Do you think the woman is intentionally engaging in the abortion?
Oh well, with abortion, I would say. Yeah, no, that's where I honestly I'll be saying.
Yes. In the situations where they're getting an abortion, they're intentionally getting an abortion. Is abortion murder under your view?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're intentionally getting an abortion, and an abortion is murder under your view, they're intentionally murdering it under your view.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So then if they're intentionally murdering it under your view, why shouldn't they be held accountable?
Again, I'll go with because of the institutions that allow it and the lack of full information of what it is. I was referring to more of IVF when the uninformed about the eggs. But when it comes to terminating a pregnancy, that is eradicating a human life. That is terminating a human life. That is terminating a person that you have a responsibility to.
Okay, so should you go to jail for that?
I wouldn't be entirely against it, but I don't fully support the policy on it because that's just not realistic.
What's not realistic? It's not
idealistic
realistic to convince people, or what's not realistic about it?
It's not realistic to incarcerate every woman who's had an abortion.
Okay.
There's
so-
idealistic and there's realistic. And I would not say it's realistic.
Okay. And do you think that you would want to put women who get abortions in the future into prison?
If they intentionally do it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So just women who have gotten abortion in the past, they shouldn't go to prison, but women who get abortions now should go to prison. That's your view? So here's my point then. Like, you know that this stance that it wasn't considered illegal prior was actually utilized by Nazis in court after they committed war crimes during the Holocaust. Did you know?
We can also go off.
They said it wasn't. There wasn't a law against it already. They said there wasn't a law against it, and you know what the defense against that was? It was the first person who committed murder that was being held accountable for it could have claimed that it wasn't illegal when they did it. Is that a defense for them being held accountable for murder? And that's clearly not a defense.
Well, I was going to say we can use the precedent we were using with slavery. We didn't put all the slave owners into jail afterwards. We just took it away.
I think they should have been.
I could somewhat agree with that, but
okay. So then if you agree that they should have been put in prison, then why are you using that as moral? Then why are you using this as moral justification if it was wrong?
Because if it was wrong, what do you mean? I'm not understanding your point there.
I think we should have put slave owners in prison. I don't know why you're using that set of logic as specifically a justification for your argument. If it's something that we disagree with.
It wouldn't have been realistic. It would have continued fighting.
It would have been realistic. It's totally realistic to put slave owners in prison.
I'm saying it wouldn't have been realistic based on the time period.
Yeah,
it would have been idealistic.
No,
then why didn't we do it?
It was totally realistic to put slave owners in prison.
Then why didn't we do it?
Because they specifically still thought, like, to some degree it was okay, and they were perpetuating the norms of that society, right? Which is bad.
I wouldn't say.
But if I were able to go back, I would put every single one of those motherfuckers in prison.
I wouldn't say the North thought it was okay. We were fighting a war and dying to end it.
I think that people like Abraham Lincoln cared more about the unity of the country than they cared specifically about abolishing slavery.
Well, yeah, he said he wasn't
going to.
That's
what he said himself.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So,
but
I acknowledge real history. I don't deny history like Donald Trump. I don't engage in historical revisionism. I acknowledge the facts of what happened.
Yeah, no, he cared more about unity. But the fact is, we were dying on that basis, were we not?
Well,
to end slavery.
Wait, so again, there were people specifically that went and they stopped people from being enslaved, and that was people who are black. That was people who were previously considered enslaved individuals. It was not specifically like the white Union soldiers. That's actually, like, again, historical revisionism.
How is that historical revisionism when the majority of the soldiers in
You
the
should
Union
look
were
into
white?
you should look into Juneteenth and look as to why it's considered a national holiday, right? You should.
Yeah, no,
I think the history relating to that would be
100%
important for you to look
support
over.
Juneteenth. But what I'm saying is, were white soldiers not the ones majorly dying to end slavery in the Civil War?
Well, I'm sorry. I think you're misunderstanding the history of this. I think I've already explained it. I would tell you to like do research. I don't think that this is a conversation that needs to happen for why you support Donald Trump, and I don't think that you understood when I brought it up.
Well, I'm not understanding what you're trying to say with that. But my point is, I believe it's a human life when it comes to abortion, and we should protect all humans. All humans have human rights, no matter what it is. With that being said, I do believe we should put more funding into health care for the babies in NICU, health care for children, more money into that. So I do want to support
So then you think
policies.
so then you think Republicans are at fault right now, specifically for the government shutdown, because they're voting against that, and they're not even answering phone calls. They're not even talking. There's actually a recent clip that I just saw of specifically a Democratic congressperson calling out Mike Johnson, right, literally to his face, which is fucking amazing. I might make a video about this. To his face, confronting him to his face about the fact that they're not negotiating, they're not answering the calls, and that they're just doing the same CR over and over again. I fucking love it. That's exactly what I want Democrats to do. That was amazing.
Who's voting against the bill currently to pass the budget?
Again, they keep passing. They keep doing the same CR without negotiating. That's called insanity. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result without negotiation.
Can't you say the same thing for the Democrats?
What? The Democrats specifically said that they have certain conditions and want to negotiate, and they've been telling Republicans to answer the calls and to actually negotiate, and they won't do so because they're trying to use the starvation specifically of millions of Americans in order to be able to pressure Democrats into accepting, right, literally higher premiums for Americans to millions of Americans.
I forget who the guy was that went on. He's a high Democrat. He's a little bit bigger. But he's saying that every day the shutdown goes on, it gets better for the Democrats. He's happy about the shutdown.
Who? What's his name?
I can't recall his name. He's a high official within the Democratic Party, though. I remember that. He's a little bit bigger. He has glasses.
Well, I disagree with that. Is that Schumer? I disagree with Schumer.
I think it might be Schumer. I can't recall his name.
So, like, I mean, I don't know why you're bringing up him. Like, that's going to be, like, some big gotcha. Like, I fucking care a lot about him.
Well, I don't know your personal opinion on him, but he is a big official in the Democratic Party.
Is it? No, it's not. It's, is it? Are you referencing Fetterman?
I don't
one of, like,
recall
the
the
super
name.
moderate Democrats.
I don't recall the name. I'll be real with you. But it's one of the guys in the Democrats who's basically saying every day the shutdown goes on, it gets better for them. And I disagree. The shutdown's not good for anyone. And also, my understanding is it requires 5-6 Democratic votes at this point. Why don't they pass it so that some people still get benefits instead of nobody getting benefits? Prioritize who you can while you can.
So the point would be is that you have to negotiate in order to get a deal done, and just playing into Republicans' games of these forces and threats, right? Specifically, is not an effective way to run a government, right? They're just going to be able to get whatever they want. You understand that it's disingenuous. You have to actually negotiate.
So what are the things the Democrats want? Because from my understanding,
they want to keep the same subsidies continued that already existed for the ACA that literally reduces people's healthcare premiums for tens of millions of Americans.
I remember seeing a bill, or not a bill, but a negotiation Trump got to reduce pricing from foreign medicines coming into the United States.
No, it was him just claiming, "Yo, please do this." That's it. That's actually the policy. The policy was, "Yo, please use this price index standard."
So is that going to happen or not?
No, it's literally there's no enforcement mechanism to it. It's literally just, bro, please, just pay the price, please.
Well, from what I
Corporations are not going to
understood,
do that
it
unless
was
they're going to like
agreement
lose money.
from what I saw. But so say if they do agree with that, would that be good though?
If they agreed to it, yes, but that's not going to happen. It's unrealistic.
So why is that unrealistic?
Why is it unrealistic? Because they will profit less if they do that. So they have the fiduciary responsibility to engage in the profit maximizing condition. If there's no enforcement mechanism to it, they will engage in the profit maximizing condition, which wouldn't be moving from the position they're already at.
So should we force them into it?
Force them into what? Sorry.
Should we force them into an agreement? Basically, you do this or else.
Agree to what terms? You be specific. Parts of Medicare, in terms of insulin, but that was extended by Kamala Harris to all of Medicare.
Wouldn't that been Biden?
Well, it was Kamala Harris that did the tie-breaking vote.
Ah, okay. Well, I was just confused why you were saying her instead of Biden. Also, another question I had. Yeah, okay. Also, another question. So you say Biden was entirely competent his entire presidency, right? You said not to the degree you want, but he was still competent.
Yeah, he could still do like the necessary qualities of being president, but he's definitely not fit to the degree that I would want from a president. I think he's a better alternative to Trump than. Like, I genuinely, at this point, I believe Trump is so incompetent as president that I genuinely do believe that Biden is a more competent individual to be president. I genuinely do believe that. I think that is such a defensible position. And I will argue that. I genuinely will.
I mean, I don't know about that.
I think that Biden I genuinely do think Biden is more fit to be president. I think that Biden is genuinely more fit.
Would you say he's still more fit?
Yes. I genuinely think that.
Why is it when we watched him speak publicly, he struggled to read a teleprompter, but when Trump's teleprompter went out, he gave a unteleprompted 2-hour speech
that was totally incoherent, dude. This guy is absolutely incoherent.
I watched
the issue is specifically with Donald Trump that makes him extraordinarily incompetent is the level of delusion that he runs with, okay? He's fucking completely delusional. He believes he won the 2020 election. He believes that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote in California. That's what he believes.
I don't know about California.
This guy is fucking delusional. I would
say it's gerrymandered.
Okay? And that's not it. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that we should look into utilizing disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should look into utilizing nuclear fucking weapons to fight hurricanes. Okay.
With the injection thing, from my understanding, he was talking about possible research for small doses.
Of disinfectant? No, I'll play the clip.
I've seen the clip, yes, but I'm saying
let's just
the
take a
research
listen
I remember when it first happened.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to.
It'd be interesting to check that. Actually, we should look to see.
So would it be horrible?
That is dumber than anything I could even make up for something dumb he could say. Like, genuinely, that is dumber than something that I could ever even make up. That is like cartoonishly stupid.
Parker, from my understanding there, he is talking about the disinfectant. It destroys the COVID very quickly, yes?
Like, South Park wouldn't even go that far.
Are we going to debate on the injection? Because I want to try to explain my understanding from it.
Go ahead.
He's talking about it killing the COVID very fast, correct?
Yeah, that is the first part. He wants to look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, yes.
Okay. Would it be horrible to do research if that possibly could be beneficial? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying if it could be, would it be horrible to research it?
No, we already know that it can't be. We know that it can't be already. That's the point that I'm making, is that we already know that it can't.
Yes, I know that
you think
typically
that
it's not healthy, but It's not just disinfectant. Yes, he said disinfectant, but I believe the research.
There's no way. There's no way. You are in such a cult, dude. I'm sorry. You have such a cult-like mentality that you're defending this. This is crazy to defend. Actually nuts. Literally, we're talking about him utilizing disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Does any part of your brain think that that's possible? That if you inject Lysol into your veins, that you're gonna be able to fight COVID-19?
From my understanding of how it works, no. But I don't do medical research. I don't fully understand all that stuff. That's what my point is of research. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I don't know. I'm saying it wouldn't be horrible research if it could potentially be helpful.
Yeah. Looking at utilizing disinfectant. Right, by injection, everyone, by injection, okay?
Yeah, because my understanding, disinfectant kills everything. That's my understanding. So that's why it's not beneficial. I understand that.
Is there any idea of you that would ever want to inject a disinfectant? Like, genuinely think that that's going to be an effective process for anything? It's toxic to the human body,
doctors,
bro.
And if doctors said it was medically safe and I trusted it and saw
no,
proof
doctors
that
were not indicating this. There's not a single doctor that suggested this, by the way. Not a single doctor suggested this shit. This is just Trump. This is just
also where did he
no
get that
doctors
from?
were involved in this.
He doesn't come up with that stuff himself.
He did. That was off the top of his head. That was him sitting on the toilet. And it's something that came into his head, and he's like, before I go into this, what should I say? What should I say to them? What would look smart? Baby, this disinfectant over here and fight COVID-19. I think that we could do that one. This guy's a fucking toddler, dude. This guy genuinely.
I have another
It's
question for you.
cartoonishly stupid. This is what I mean. Cartoonishly stupid.
Okay, I got another question for you. How do you feel about nuclear energy research?
How do I feel about nuclear energy research? I think.
Yeah. Do you think it's something we should prioritize?
Yeah, sure. To some degree,
Okay.
yeah.
I agree on that.
Though?
No, I just you were talking about energy earlier, so I was just curious, and we're not going to agree on that topic, so I don't see a point to further it.
Okay, but genuinely, can we at least acknowledge the point here that Donald Trump is actually insane, right?
I wouldn't say he's insane.
Yes, he is. He's actively delusional. Do you think that he won the 2020 election?
I wouldn't say he won, but I will say I've seen videos of ballots being how would I say this TikTok friendly? Not misinformation. I'm saying that I've seen videos of them being discarded. I'm not saying it's true. I don't know. This was something I haven't looked into in 5 years?
Okay, you've seen videos of what being discarded?
Ballots.
Okay. Again, none of the court cases indicated at all that there was ballots being discarded and destroyed by Democrats, right, en masse, insofar as that it would change the election results. That wasn't happening. There were audits in practically every single swing state. There were court cases in every state that was relating to the election that they questioned. Literally 60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Yeah. So I'll go with that. I'll trust the system on that. I do believe he should have won, but he didn't, and that's the way it went, and things happen for a reason. Simple as that.
Do you believe that he lost, so that you believe he's actively delusional for thinking that he won?
I can understand him thinking, not understanding how he lost. He
took it to the point of falsifying fake electors to try to overturn the election himself. He tried to do so by pressuring the vice president, specifically by literally a group of violent rioters were outside his door, specifically to try to get him to certify the false slates of electors rather than the real ones.
I'm not familiar with any of that information, I'll be real with you.
He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
What rules or any of that? I don't recall hearing any of that.
Yeah, he literally tweeted it out. He called for this is verbatim. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That is verbatim, quote unquote, exactly what he said.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. I'm strong on the Constitution.
So then, like, you wouldn't support Trump then, right?
I still think he's a better option. I'm not a forever Trumper or whatever, but I do think that
Sounds
potentially
like
we have better. I believe we have better candidates.
Could you name
in the
something
future.
Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If it is truly proven, for example, if he's in the Epstein stuff, if he is
Literally
truly proven,
he was briefed that he was in the Epstein files. You mean in an incriminating way? I'm really sad. I don't want to have to hit a restart, but I think that I have to do so in order to keep my account on TikTok. I would recommend to go over to YouTube. There's 3,500 people on YouTube. You can join us there, everyone, as well. I'll be right back literally in 15 seconds. I'll be right back in 15 seconds. So all you have to do is click on my account, follow me if you haven't already, and join back in the stream. Literally, if everyone comes back and joins the stream, we can get the stream going and going quick, and everyone come back and like the stream. I would really, really, really appreciate it. All you have to do is click on my account and then literally refresh in 15 seconds. 15-20 seconds, the stream will literally be back up, and all you have to do is refresh and click on the thing to go to join the live. Literally come right back, like the stream, okay? Or you can also join the YouTube, everyone. I'll be right back. Give me literally 30 seconds maximum. 15-30 seconds maximum, I promise. I'll be right back. I'm staying on YouTube, everyone.
People who thinks that it's okay for Texas to do it and not California because of nuances in how they're doing it, then you deserve it. You deserve to not have your vote count.
Literally 15 seconds later, I counted. Yo, that's on the TikTok screen.
I just want to say you're great. You're great. Love you, Parker.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Harley, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Harley. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Zoe, thank you again for the $6. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Harley. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, we're back again, Parker.
I don't. That because I think that this is good for the world.
Okay, you think it's good for the world, but why? Why are you a Democrat? That's what I'm asking.
It sounds like most people are saying no, to be honest. Okay, it's actually so split, chat. It's so split. I see a lot more no's though. I'm gonna answer this, and then I'm gonna go on to the next person. And
okay.
Yeah. So what's it called? What was your question? Why am I a Democrat?
Yeah, I want to know why your views are a Democrat.
Yeah. So
like, why are you strong about it?
Yeah, because I believe that people should be taken care of in our society. I believe in human dignity for all people, right? I believe in taking care of our community. And I want the best system we could possibly create for everyone. And I think that is the best system we can advocate for. I believe in science. I think that's important. I believe that we need evidence to believe things to be true. I'm very harsh on that.
Okay. All right. I mean, I disagree that is... You don't have to be a Democrat or Republican to have those views. I have those views also. I want people to be taken care of.
I think that you actively vote against that. But okay, I am gonna go on to what's it called the next person.
Why?
Because we've had two long conversations, kind of. But the second, well, I mean, I guess
yeah, but these suck. This one's better because this one's better. Like, I wasn't prepared. Like, it's not easy. You have 7,000 people in your chat. To be on blast. This is that was the second time I did this. Now this is the third time. So I feel a little bit.
Can we make a poll on TikTok?
Better,
It's so split, chat. It's so split.
I feel more ready to do this because it's nerve-wracking, when there's people watching you and not watching you, but, hearing what you're saying. And you're trying to. I was never really a political person. I got your thing because my friend, she was about the whole Charlie Kirk thing getting shot, and I guess you were there, which I'm sorry. That's terrible. And so you popped up on my feed, and I joined it once, and I didn't even think I would get in to talk to you, and I did. And so now I feel just more ready to say my views and stuff, because it's nerve-wracking.
Okay. Tracy, let's have a conversation at a later date. I'm not going to subject the chat. There's enough people who are saying, actually, I don't know. There's it's kind of split, and I'm like, there's enough people who don't want me to have the conversation right now where I'm just going to go on to the next person.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, dude. It's so split. I don't even know what to do, chat.
You should do it.
Hold up. There's a poll. There's a poll. Okay, there's a poll on TikTok, everyone. I'm sorry. Can I start a poll on YouTube as well? I don't know if I can start the poll on YouTube, but dude, it's it's split, but there's definitely more yes
isn't it
than
up to you at the end of the day, though?
Technically, but I care about what the chat wants, honestly.
No, of course I do as well.
That's actually, I don't want to debate the same people over and over again, and I have a thing for this, but the only reason why it's like back and forth on this is because we've had long conversations, and because our conversation that we were having was cut off, right? Like by you getting banned. So it wasn't cut off by the natural.
I got banned for what? I don't remember why I got banned.
I don't remember. Probably something dumb.
I do remember the first time was because
there's a lot more people saying yes, though. Actually, it's actually notably more. There's 500 people that have voted yes, 244 that have voted no. There's not many people that have voted, so I don't know if I can open up a poll here on YouTube. I don't know if the same thing would be true on YouTube. I don't know how to do that actually on YouTube. If there's any mods that could do that on YouTube. I don't know if there are polls.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't do this. This is the only thing I've done. You're the first person, Parker.
Okay.
And usually I'm not political, but I really feel that everybody is against each other and we really need to be together. It's not about Democrat or Republican. Like you said, it's about taking care of the people.
Okay. So then what specifically, because at this point, I'm going to stop wasting everyone's time. I'm just gonna have the conversation. We're not gonna go for very long. I'll limit to a specific amount, but we'll have the conversation. Fine. So we'll have this conversation. Okay, so specifically, how do you think that Trump is doing so? Have you done any research that's different? Have you looked into it enough to change your position on it, or what specifically do you support in terms of Trump that you think takes care of the community to a greater extent?
I do think he's for the people. And like I told you before, I do think he's godly. And I do think, he's done a lot so far for us. Yes, that's what I was saying. I feel bad. I totally understand about the immigrants, but he is helping us. He's for us. He's trying to keep us safe. That's number one, because we do live in a crazy world and there's a lot of wars and stuff. And I really believe that he's a strong leader with that, with the war stuff. If we had Kamala Harris, it would not be Kamala, whatever. It would not be the same. People in other countries don't view women as they do men. You know what I mean? So I think
you're simply saying that she shouldn't be president because she's a woman? Well, then here's my question.
I'm not saying that.
Who would you rather vote for, Nikki Haley or Joe Biden?
I don't know who Nikki Haley is, but I'm going to have to go with her.
Oh, okay. Well then, so the idea that you think that women are going to be viewed in that sort of negative connotation that's affected to such a degree is one, not substantiated by the facts. If you look at Pew Research, actually countries around the world, right? If you look at the median, there's an 18 and a 24 country median that was specifically overlooked by Pew Research that indicated 55% confidence in Kamala Harris regarding her doing the best thing regarding international affairs, comparative to under 33% for Donald Trump in terms of confidence. So mostly people were confident that Trump would do the bad thing regarding world affairs, whereas otherwise most people thought that around the world thought Kamala Harris was more likely to do the good thing regarding world affairs.
Okay, but I really still think my views don't, like, honestly, do you think would you feel safe if we had a woman president?
I would feel safer if Kamala Harris were our president comparative to Donald Trump. Absolutely.
And why do you feel that way?
Why do I feel that way? Because Donald Trump was literally held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. He causes massive levels of division. He gives massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires at the expense of working class people and increases their taxes, and then pits specifically people who are working class against others, specifically by trying to say that like it's people who don't deserve it on the context of all these different types of benefits. So he's actively doing so many different types of things to harm our society. That's why.
I don't really feel that he's trying to harm our society. Like, I
gave
feel
you
that.
explicit examples. I can keep going into them if you'd like.
No, I'm trying to understand you a little bit more, and how to, because I really feel that you have a negative opinion. Why is your opinion so strong and negative about Donald Trump? Because of, you feel, because of what you heard? You don't know him personally, number one. None of us do. So that's number one. Number two, like when it comes to wars, I mean, he really is going there and talking to the highest leaders that do have issues with our country, which is Russia, which is China, and he's trying to make strong bonds with them rather than if you had Kamala, however you say it.
Kamala, just say VP Harris. So
yeah,
this is the issue, is that he hasn't actually done that. He said that they were conspiring behind his back, Putin and Xi Jinping. So like the idea that they specifically have got all these strong bonds with like countries that are our enemies is just not true. Trump has actually caused our strong bonds like so become worse off, right? He's literally talked about annexing their country to the point where specifically Canadians are boycotting American products. So he's irreparably harmed specifically the relationship between the United States and Canada amongst many of our different allies as well, right? Specifically by imposing these trade wars and by imposing these particular types of international accordances, specifically where he's talking about annexing, literally sovereign territories, right, and countries that are around them.
Right, but he made tariffs because that's not fair. That is true. I mean, he's right in that sense of a way. I mean, if the country's tariffing us and we have to pay, why wouldn't they have to pay?
You said they're okay. So what is a tariff?
I believe a tariff is their goods coming into the country from another country. So like coffee, for instance, like you have to pay to import coffee.
Yeah, so like it's a tax on an imported good, and it's paid by the American business importing the product and passed down to the consumer. So the idea within that respect is that that's paid by Americans and actually disproportionately will harm lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products. So if you don't want taxes to go up for working class people, then you should advocate for Democrats who advocate for lower taxes on working class people rather than specifically Republicans that advocate for higher taxes on working class people by imposing tariffs by replacing that with income tax. So income tax specifically was progressive. What's that?
But that's what you've been told. You know what I mean? Like somebody okay, so that's the thing with this, like it's two sides, right? There's never a happy medium. And that's where I come in. I really feel like, listen, like I heard you talk about abortion and stuff. Like I am for abortion. I'm a woman and I get like, there's a lot of situations where someone may need to have an abortion. And I'm for that, like medical, like it might hurt your health or, the mom might die or something like that. So I'm not with Trump on that, but it's in everything. Like just like Democrats, like I'm not with them on a certain thing, like a certain policy or whatever, so I want to be like, there needs to be somebody. It's too one-sided on everything, Democrat, Republican. Like, why can't there be someone that's a happy medium, like a happy middle, that is like, still goes with our world, still goes with certain views, but, like isn't about just, because Democrats, like, how come, you're talking to a low-income person, I'm a low-income person, and during Biden's time, I was worse off than when Trump is in. So why is that? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so just because that happened under the administration, like you were worse off under Biden comparative to Trump, doesn't mean that was caused by Biden. There are plenty of people that specifically are worse off under Trump comparative to Biden, but you wouldn't say that was necessarily caused by Trump. And actually, I would say that there are plenty of economic conditions that have been made worse off by Trump specifically. But if you specifically are pro-choice, why would you support Donald Trump, who put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade? That has restricted people's access to abortion. It's led to great victims in this country having restricted access to abortion, children who were assaulted having restricted access to abortion, right? People who specifically are dying having a restricted access to abortion, right? Because, the doctors
like
don't know
I
whether or not
told
they can
you.
provide the care.
Well, because like I told you, I'm not gonna, okay, he's got other good policies and other good things. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not just gonna stand for one thing. Oh, I'm for abortion, so let me knock the guy. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do that because like I told you, I believe he is a strong leader, and there's a lot of things. Like today, I just saw he brought the cost of weight loss drugs down. So isn't that important? Like, doesn't people want their medicine to be cheaper? Isn't this what this is about? What you're fighting about?
Okay, so I don't think that he specifically has actually reduced like these different types of prices at mass.
Well,
right?
why don't you ask
to the degree that he can?
ChatGPT or
The like for example, like in terms of these policies, they can do significantly more. You can do a price cap overall for these specific different pharmaceutical drugs. That's what Kamala Harris is advocating for. She wanted to do a $35 cap on insulin for everybody, right? She was also advocating for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket per year, which is specifically obviously going to be something that's beneficial for the everyday average American who relies on pharmaceutical drugs for their life.
Okay. But I don't know. I just think, that I saw it. He did lower costs of weight loss drugs. So, you could ask ChatGPT or whatever.
Yeah, but you understand pharmaceutical drugs have become more expensive in this country, especially because the tariffs he's imposed, right, specifically on pharmaceutical goods coming from countries around the world. That's caused an increase in the cost of pharmaceutical products. So I don't really actually know how he would.
But under Biden, it did the same thing. Under Biden.
Biden did not do that with other countries. He did not put tariffs on their pharmaceutical drugs being sent to our country.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about in general, prices were up with so many things. It's a give and take. We can't have it all.
That wasn't
what I
caused
mean?
by Biden, though.
I'm not, but I'm saying that, you can't have it all. We can't have our cake and eat it too. There has to be a give and take.
Where's the galaxy? Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Like a give and take.
Biden did not cause inflation.
So, okay, if you want gas to be cheaper, the pharmaceutical medicine's going to go up. If you want groceries to be cheaper, this may go up. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's a give and take. You can't have it all. We can't have everything cheap all the time. And nothing's going to go down.
I'm just saying that Trump imposing tariffs causes all of this to become more expensive. We can't have it cheaper than it is because Trump imposing tariffs caused it to be more expensive. If we didn't impose the tariffs, it would be less expensive. That's just a fact.
Right, I get about the tariffs. I'm understanding that, but you're going back to the same thing what you were saying. Like, what I'm saying is
because it's an objective set of criteria that we could utilize to identify that Trump is causing an increase in prices, whereas it would have been less otherwise, which means that, like, if you want prices to be lower, if you want things to be more affordable, you shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. You should have voted for Kamala Harris.
I don't feel that way at all. I'm sorry.
Okay, but the facts don't care about your feelings.
And just like I get that. I understand that. But I'm saying, like, my vote matters. You know what I mean? My vote mattered. So I believe that Trump is, like I said, a strong leader. And I do believe he's for the people rather than, when the Biden administration was in, I'm sorry to say, but there was things that were super high and like, I was not getting nothing. And then with Trump, I'm getting more. And I'm a low-income person, is what I'm telling you. So why is Trump
things are more
giving me
expensive since
more?
Trump got in office, so I don't know how you'd be getting more.
Well, do you want me to... I don't want to put my life on blast here, but, it's like I said, I got multiple sclerosis, if you know what that is. So I have multiple sclerosis, right? So I'm on disability. And when Biden is in office, my stuff was higher. I didn't have as much. when Trump came in, I had more options.
Well,
So why is
I
that?
just want to let you know the Trump administration is actively harming people who are disabled, right? The Trump administration is actively harming people who rely on disability. So in the way that you
But why
rely
do you
on
feel that
disability,
way? I
why
don't
would
feel
you
that
why
way.
would you harm the set of conditions for other people who also rely on it as well?
But I don't feel that way. Why do you feel that way? What was
Well,
said?
why do I know this? Because one, he's literally reworking the requirements and things for disability. He said this himself. Two, specifically, it is the case that the cuts for Medicaid and food stamps actually are going to impact people who are disabled that have not yet qualified for disability.
Right, but at the same time, don't you want the system to be fair? I mean, you don't
This
want
makes the
somebody
system less fair.
like for me. I couldn't like I honestly in 2015 I couldn't walk, and then I started having problems with my legs again as I got older. So, but I mean, you don't want somebody. There's a lot of people. Like for instance, my uncle had a friend who he was on disability and he was fine. He was just milking the system.
No.
So don't you want to get rid of
I don't,
those
no,
people?
I don't think that Donald Trump is cutting people off that are quote unquote milking the system. Also, this is a very it's very hard to get on disability. Trying to paint people on disability specifically as just quote unquote milking the system, I think actually creates the culture specifically that we have right now, where people are even willing to cut it in the very first place, which is extraordinarily harmful. If anything, it needs to be massively expanded, because the fact that right now it takes years for people who are disabled to be able to get access to disability is absolutely absurd. It is
I mean, it
absolutely
took me
absurd,
3
and
years, and
that leads to so many people being harmed. And I just need that to be stressed enough, specifically that people understand that we're already in a crisis for how long it's taking, and specifically this makes it even harder for people who are disabled that have not yet qualified. And again, you should not want to harm people who rely on disability, as you
I
yourself
disagree
do
with
rely on
that
disability.
because wait, Trump was president in 2016. I got my disability like in 2017 or 18, so he was still president. So I'm not like sure what you're saying here, because that's not true. I mean, I think
I'm
there
not
are
necessarily
certain
saying that you wouldn't be able to get access to it. What I'm saying is specifically that one, Donald Trump puts it at greater risk, meaning that like in the same way that you rely upon it, you agree that other people should be able to rely upon it as well. And that's what's being harmed, particularly
it's
by
right,
Donald Trump's
though.
policies.
But if it's right though, I think he's being fair with that. I really think that. I mean, I don't know where everybody.
think that's fair.
I've been told like, oh, he's going to stop Social Security and this and that, and I don't feel that way. I don't think that's what he wants to do. That's just something that, and that's what in this world, people talk a lot. Like just like you said yesterday, you said I was drunk. How do you know? You don't see me. You don't know like what my issues are. Like.
Come on. Wait, come on. Like genuinely, like you admitted last night, right? That's what you said.
I said I drank, but I didn't say I was drinking. Like, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. I still slur my words sometimes. If you knew about MS.
Wait, hold up. It definitely is different than specifically what it was last night. We were just going off of what it was last night. This is prior to me knowing that you had MS as well, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know, that people can say anything nowadays, and people will go towards that. Like it's just, there's the internet, there's everything, like there's rumors, like it's when it's you and someone in a room, that's what's important, what's going on and what you see, your own two eyes, so not only what you've been told. So that's why I'm trying to show you that being like, there is people who is for Donald Trump that are in a bad situation and the things that they're talking about. And like, I get it, but everything I've ever got, I got under the Trump administration. The Biden administration gave me hell. They gave me literal hell about it. And I want someone to explain that to me. Like, why was it hell through the Democrats and not through him?
Well, I don't even know what you're specifically referencing. What did the Biden-Harris administration do that's hell? And then I do want to go on to the next person because I wanted to cap it out. I think it's been around 23 minutes or something. I was going to cap it around 25 minutes.
No problem. I get it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. So what specifically were you referencing before you go?
So I was asking you, like, why is it better? Why was it better for me during the Trump administration, and during the Biden
what was?
administration, they were trying to take everything away from me?
Like, what were they trying to take away from you under Biden?
Like, my certain Medicaid things, like physical therapy. When Biden was in, I couldn't get physical therapy. When Trump is in office, I can get physical therapy and I don't have to pay for it. So
I don't think that was due to Trump or his policy. What?
well, yeah, it is, because it's Medicaid. So
You think
Medicaid.
you think Trump expanded Medicaid?
No, I'm not saying that. I said he put benefits through that the Biden administration did not put through.
No, he never expanded Medicaid.
He never expanded Medicaid. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that how come when I went to go get physical therapy under the Biden administration, it was denied? Denied, 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 not covered, denied. How come when I went to go get it through Trump, it was approved?
That has nothing to do with Donald Trump at all. That must have to do with the state or some other set of conditions, because genuinely, there's nothing that
It
Trump
does
did.
have to do with Trump, though, because
It maybe insurance company, like, genuinely, it has nothing to do with Trump, because actually, like, he didn't do anything to extend your access to Medicaid. Like, genuinely, there's absolutely
but
no
what I'm
association.
saying is, like,
he's actually
being
cut
denied.
Medicaid.
yeah, but I was denied coverage on something I needed. But when Trump was in office, I was
shouldn't have been
granted.
denied. You shouldn't have been
But I
denied in either
was.
circumstance, and that's probably, again, I don't know what you're specifically referencing in specific. Obviously, I can't, and obviously, I wouldn't want you to, like, specify all that stuff, because I don't want you to, like, accidentally dox yourself or anything. So, like, the point that I would make is that it's likely something to do with insurance. It's likely something to do with the state. It's likely something to do with something else other than Trump, because he didn't expand it at all. Like, there was no expansion
because
to Medicaid.
I'm not saying he expanded it, but I'm saying somehow things are being approved under, like, who's president. Honestly, I've noticed that. I've lived longer than you've lived. I'm 38 years old, and I've noticed that being certain presidents, Obama during his time, there was certain things that were okay and were not okay. Then there was things with Trump that were okay and not okay. Then there was things with Biden that was okay and not okay. So yes, it is because of him that the things are. It's because he's for the American people. Where the Biden administration,
last question. I promise this will be the last question. What policy did he pass to do that, to expand your access to Medicaid?
To be honest, I'm not sure about that, but what I do know is that that's what I just tried to explain to you. I'm not extremely educated like you on certain things, and policies and this and that, but I do know that my life functions better when Trump was in, as president, rather than I was fighting my head through a nail. And you know what I mean? Like, I was fighting to get certain things during the Biden administration. And that's why I became this way. So that's why when I saw you talking about VP Harris, which she's not the vice president anymore. Now it's JD Vance. But I felt very strongly about it. And I requested you because I wanted to see, this is, you know what I mean? Why was it that way? And I'm asking you, since you're so strongly about the Democrats, why is it that way? Why are my benefits lower when Biden was in, but when Trump got in, they're higher? So that means he's for the American people because he's not giving all the money to the immigrants.
Genuinely, okay. This is this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm getting off this conversation. Again, Trump did nothing to expand your access to Medicaid. It was not that Democrats were giving it to immigrants and not giving it to you. That is a complete misnomer. I think you should do research. I think you should look into it. There's absolutely no increase of benefits that Trump gave you. Absolutely none. There was an increase of benefits under the Biden-Harris administration. Actively right now, right, the Trump administration and Republican Party are actively advocating to cut people's access to health care and to increase premiums for tens of millions of Americans. So, I mean, I don't know how you could even justify that they're better for healthcare, but I do
Yeah, but
appreciate
that's
you.
what they're telling you. That's what I'm telling you is like, you got to have your own views sometimes on those
I do.
things. Like, I don't want to do research because I
You
just
don't
live
want
by.
to do research. Okay.
I'm not saying
then
that.
there's
I'm
no
just saying,
productive dialogue. You just said you don't want to do research. There's no productive dialogue to have.
but I'm saying like because I have life experience that tell me otherwise. So why do I need to be told what is fake?
Because your life experience clearly didn't justify it enough for you to actually explain it and to engage in a conversation about it, because you specifically have to justify that this is specifically because of the Biden-Harris administration, which you had nothing to indicate that it was, right? So it clearly wasn't enough for you to actually justify an argument that would be relevant towards you actually explaining it or communicating it to other people. So that's not enough. You should do research. And the idea that you don't want to do research, I think, is based on confirmation bias. Is there any last things you want to say before I go on to the next person?
If I wanted to do research, I would, but I'm just saying it's not about, yes, I'd like to be educated on things, but I'm saying through my life experiences, you can't say, your SNAP balance doesn't lie. You know what I'm saying? And so why is it higher under Trump than it was under Biden? You explain that to me.
You're not getting more money from SNAP under Trump compared to
Yes,
Biden.
I am. And how are
It's
you?
literally
to tell
not
me I'm
funded right now because of the fact that literally
Well,
the
right now,
Republicans are
because
not
the
supporting
government's
policies and
shut
they're not
down.
negotiating. Okay.
Right now,
All right.
the government's shut down.
All right. I think I just have to do this to end the conversation. Okay. I think that's the mechanism to end it. I tried a few times there. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, hit that thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, hit that hit that thumbs up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I have a few people to thank real quick. Ian, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Ashton, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, the president has nothing to do with it. Mackenzie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Let me make sure to get someone up here. We're going to thank people as soon as I get someone up here. Give me 1 second, everyone. Let me make sure I can get someone up here real quick. Alrighty. Let's get the next individual up here real quick. Give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
03.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Again,
Okay.
Trump.
All right, I have a few people to thank, and then we can go into our conversation. Chris, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Chris. Mary with the $25. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it.Hank you so much. Grace with the $5. Thank you so much. Kyler with the $15 again. Thank you. Kimberly with the $5. And Yvonne, thank you so much for the $150 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? It's always good to see you, Yvonne. Thank you so much. Absolutely. W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Yvonne. Harold, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. William with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you. Give it some W's for William in the comment section as well. Thank you so much, William. I really appreciate it. W's for William in the comment section right now. W's for Yvonne. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube as well, everyone. Thank you, everyone. This is absolutely so kind of y'all. Feisty, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Feisty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Max, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Smoke, I really appreciate the $5. Nico with the €3. Beyond, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alan with the $2. Twice, thank you so much. Kyle with the $10. Molly with the $20. Thank you so much, Molly. Lude with the $5. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5. London with the 10. Noel with the 5. Thank you. Edward with the $20. Thank you. Maximus, thank you for the 5. Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the 10. I knew I was a bit behind everyone. If I missed your donation, I do really, really apologize. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Natasha, thank you for the $5. Lisa, thank you so much for the $3 as well. Thank you. He actually got banned from Cash App a long time ago. But yeah. All right. So why do you support Trump?
Honestly, it's because I could get more opportunities in America than when I was getting in like other countries. So that's why I get, hyped whenever we talk about Trump or whenever it's something pro-Trump, basically.
Okay, you said you can get more in the United States compared to other countries. I'm confused how that has to do with Trump. What makes you support Trump? Like, what specific thing did he do that you like?
like I said, more opportunities here in America. Like I
due to
can
what?
get due to, like, say, like a job. I could get a job easier. I can make money easier.
Actually, unemployment is higher. Real GDP growth has gone down comparative to what it was at the end of Biden's administration.
Not particularly, because whenever it was under Biden Harris, like I was struggling bad. But whenever Trump came into office, even back in 2016, there was more opportunities to be made.
Yeah. So you think the economy was good in 2016?
Yeah, I believe so.
So that was prior to Trump being in office. Trump got in office in 2017. So Trump inherited a good economy.
But how? If he got out of office
in 2016, the economy was doing good, and Trump wasn't even in office yet. That was actually under Obama's economy. So then, like you were just saying, that Trump inherited a good economy.
Yeah, but he even made it better. So
okay, so what did he do to cause it to be better? You cut out. And by the way, like, how were you going to tell back then what it was under Obama? We were like in like fucking first grade, bro. Hello? You cut out, man. I can't hear you when you're not in the app. Like, genuinely, though. Like, we were literally in first grade. Oh, he left. Okay. All right. Well, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Arlene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
I'm going to be completely honest, a little bit.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm going to say Kamala Harris.
Kamala? Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So that's why I kind of wanted to go on here. I just turned 18. I'm about to register to vote. I more so just need help on, who kind of to lean towards.
Do you support Trump? Lean towards Democrats. There you go. Boom. W's. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I would engage in a conversation if I randomly met you on the street, but we are engaging in a conversation right now where specifically I am looking for people who do support Donald Trump. You got to meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet said criteria, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get to 2,000 likes real quick. How many likes are we currently at here on YouTube? Let me actually check. We are currently at 1,700. We can get to 2,000 here really quick, everyone. I think we can do it. And we can get on the route to 3,000. We have like 3,600 people in the stream. We can easily do that. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes on TikTok, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I absolutely support Donald Trump.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
06. 2006. December.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harrison.
Kamala Harris. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's
Hey, Barker. 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
All the way.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, like immigration, getting illegals out of here. They ain't supposed to be here in America.
Okay. Undocumented immigrants out. Why do you want undocumented immigrants out of the country?
Well, a lot of them cause crime that shouldn't be here in the first place.
Okay, you're saying that they cause crime. Actually, did you know that undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens?
Hey, good to know that.
Okay, so if they're less likely to commit crime and actually border cities have a lower average rate of crime comparative to the average city in the context of the United States, why would you say that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to our country?
Because I see it every day. I live around a lot of people right now with immigrants that's around here, and they're illegals, and it's all over the news also.
Again, undocumented immigrants, most undocumented immigrants that are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. And actually, if you want to address people who specifically are criminals, you probably shouldn't have voted for one in the very first place, a convicted criminal.
Well, I know every time I'm on here, and you're always saying he sexual abuse, sexual did all this.
Have
My
I talked
honest
to you
opinion.
before? Or are you
No, you haven't. I've been watching your lives for a long time. Also, another thing with me is I know the Democrats are down right now. Republicans are trying to get back up. Why is the Democrats not trying to get it? The government reinstated.
What do you mean?
So the government shut down because of the Democrats.
No, it's shut down because Republicans aren't negotiating. There was a Democrat that specifically went to Mike Johnson, went up to Mike Johnson and confronted him. Do you want to hear that exchange?
Well, there's everywhere I'm seeing, they're saying that the Democrats they can't decide, and apparently Republicans are trying to get their.
No,
they got all over
the Republicans
Democrats
lying.
ain't.
That's the Republicans.
No, I don't think that's lying. I think it's what you're hearing.
No, it's actually literally like Republicans lying. I'm not trolling.
Can I hear that somewhere or show
I
me
am
something?
part of the American people,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I believe
and you should
that.
respect free speech.
And
What's the question?
you
What's the
should
question?
respect free speech.
What's the question?
I'm asking you a question if you're ready to have a conversation with the other side.
Democratic Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan confronted House Speaker Mike Johnson at his press conference on Wednesday because she wanted to know why the House has been out of session for 7 weeks during what has become the longest government shutdown in history.
You have an obligation to call the leadership of both parties and bring us together and solve this problem together, Mr. Speaker.
Let's talk about it.
Things got so
And
tense
you know what's
that at
crazy?
one point
He brought up free speech, and then they had the fucking police remove her instead of allowing them to engage in that conversation in front of the American people.
Capitol Police sought to remove Congresswoman Houlihan before she identified herself as a member of Congress and was allowed to stay.
September
she
19th.
was allowed to stay, actually.
You voted to shut down the
You were
government.
absolutely
voted to stop
misrepresenting
SNAP benefits.
history.
Excuse me, my bad.
Sir,
not
and
pay
you
the
know
troops.
that you are, and you're
TSA,
dividing
Border
the
Patrol.
American people.
And-
Right now,
and-
all
and
you're
you had
doing
to
is
do it.
dividing us even
Appreciate it.
further.
Thanks for your input.
I
Somebody give me a
appreciate
question
you
that's real.
too. I am part of.
So, right
Hey,
there.
Joe, Parker, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
So the biggest thing with me is, right, I got a family. I work every day, right? I try to make a living for my family. What sides, regardless? I mean, I've always been, Republican no matter what. My dad passed away; he had cancer, but he always supported. I appreciate it. But I try to support my family every day. I go to work, to a job I really don't really care for that much. I mean, I'm here, of course, and of course I'm gonna make a honest living, but. In any party, right? I know you make killer money on here. I know a lot of people that's in here, trying to make a living. Why is it so hard in the American dream that you're supposed to be living, this great dream, but everybody's still struggling every day? Right? No matter Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. So I know you're trying to get on here making money. I get it. I mean, that's awesome for you. But every day,
Do you think my goal
everybody's
here is
struggling
just to make
no matter
money
what.
rather than to advocate for things that specifically I believe in?
I mean, it's cool that you believe in it, and I know you're making money, but not everybody's in the same situation you are right now.
I'm not assuming everyone's in the same position I am. I'm advocating for systems that benefit people as a whole. I'm not just
But they
advocating for
haven't made it
systems
whole.
that
That's what I'm
benefit
getting
me.
at. They haven't. The system hasn't made it whole for anybody. What has it done
I'm
in my
advocating
life
for a
in
better
28?
system, broader access to healthcare, broader access to childcare, broader access to renewable energy sources, specifically by investing into those. Right? I can give plenty of different examples. Those are just a few.
Right, but it hasn't helped us in general.
Yes, it has. Those are all things that have helped us.
Tell me what it's done in my life.
You
Tell
don't
me.
think the ACA has helped people with pre-existing health conditions?
I mean, it probably has, but
Oh, it
people that's back
absolutely
in the
has.
day,
It's
that's
helped
what
tens of
happened to
millions of
with no
Americans.
AC.
It's helped tens of millions of Americans. So that's just one thing. That's specifically just based upon concessions that they had to get. We want to expand that to even more people. We want to benefit even more people, right? But we've been restricted from doing so by Republicans. Kamala Harris should do it to a greater extent. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. But do you think she would actually went over to other countries and actually presented herself in front of leaders like Trump has?
I think she would have done better doing that. I mean, the countries around the world had higher confidence in her regarding doing the best thing for international affairs.
I think it would have made us look weak.
How so?
Because she just wasn't a strong candidate at all.
Why not?
Because my honest opinion, when Obama and Michelle and them went there, they were trying to put in, they were taking out like vending machines, like candy, like in schools, right? They were trying to be healthy and take away all like this, like what kids love to eat.
Okay, so like, now, I thought you guys were all about MAHA, Make America Healthy Again.
Healthy? I mean, at this point, I mean, by honest with you should eat what you love.
Okay, so then like, again, this is not specifically MAHA, then this is literally like something else. And also, by the way, like you have, again, in terms of this, why'd you look all the way back to literally like providing like healthy food in schools? That has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Wait. That has nothing to do with Kamala Harris making us look weak on an international stage. I'm confused. What do you mean?
I'm just going in more. She wasn't going to be strong candidate regardless. I mean, she wanted the leaders. I don't think she.
Why do you think
it would have
that
made us
she's
look
weak?
weak?
Why?
Because Trump's a more strong. He went in front of leaders. She would have never done that, regardless.
She wouldn't have gone in front of leaders. Yes, she would have. That's a ridiculous thing for you to say.
No, I don't think she would have.
No, it's a ridiculous thing for you to say because she did. Like, what are you talking about?
Who did she go in front of?
She specifically has gone in front of like European leaders on plenty of different occasions. Specifically at like even like she was sent to Ukraine prior to the war, right? You understand that like she's talked to world leaders on many occasions as vice president.
Okay, so what would she done better for me in my life than Trump would have?
Again, like I already told you, she was advocating for an increase to child tax credit. She was advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. She was advocating to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year and increase taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year to be able to account for that in the budget so that you didn't have to have an increase in terms of tariffs, specifically that would cause an increase in your consumer prices. So she would have had better conditions for employment. She would have better conditions for job growth. She would have had better conditions for the overall market, and you'd be better off.
I'd be better off.
Yes, you would. If Kamala Harris were president right now, you would be better off.
So you're saying I'd be able to buy a house and I'd be able to do all this and that? Well, why wouldn't Biden?
I don't know. I don't know if you would necessarily be able to buy a house, but I can tell you'd be better off.
Yeah, because I mean, I know when Biden was in there. I mean, I know he said. I mean, the dude was delusional. I mean, he couldn't even speak.
I mean,
the dude was losing his mind.
Dude, I definitely think that he had cognitive decline. I don't think he was like delusional within that sense that you're referencing. I think Trump is actively delusional. He said that he specifically that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
Okay, that's what I'm going to fight you on. That's not what he was meaning by that. He was saying the chemicals that's in that, they could actually looked and found something that was like kind of like similar to that, not disinfectant.
No, he
put something in your body.
Listen.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out.
It kills
in a minute.
Right. It killed. To look into what that was in that, not what's hitting in your body.
Listen.
Infectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that so that you.
Okay, he said in the lungs, but I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter. He wasn't trying to say it like that. That's something like
I'm
Biden
sorry,
would say.
that is unhinged. There's no way you can act like that makes sense. He also said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should look into using nuclear weapons to take out hurricanes. I mean, dude, this guy has literally insane take after insane take. I'm not even halfway through them yet. I can keep going.
Okay, what about Biden? Biden said some delusional crap.
Say something that he intentionally tried to say that he actually believed.
The dude,
was false.
I don't go in. The thing is, Parker, I'm probably like most of these people. I'd say you got 7,000 people in here right now. They're probably like, man, I'm not gonna look at every little thing that he does or goes in to try to search. That's your job. You do this every day. I don't have time to do that. I have a family to take care of. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's gonna make my life better when Biden
name a single policy of Trump's that you like.
Huh?
Name a single economic policy of Trump's that you like that makes your life better. How does that actually make your life better?
Because I don't want immigrants running around here that ain't supposed to be here.
How does it impact your life? How is it positively impacting your life?
People that's in these jobs that ain't supposed to be there. Most of them are illegals.
Undocumented immigrants. You just keep restating the claim. How does that negatively impact your life?
Because then that gives you a hard time to get actually jobs.
Okay, so you're saying you have a worse set of conditions for jobs? Well, Trump literally fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed that the information was so politically biased because he couldn't possibly believe it to be true because it was so fucking bad. The jobs report has become significantly worse because of Donald Trump's policies. So if you want a better off labor market, I don't know why you would support Donald Trump. That has nothing to do with immigrants.
Then why was gas $1.97 whenever he was in office, and now it's what, $3 almost now?
Wait, Trump?
Where I'm at?
Trump, when he got in office, it was $3.07. Now it's $3.16. So
Trump, no, it wasn't. I remember back in, it was $1.99.
No, hold up. I'm talking about on average in the country. This is on average in the country from the Energy Information Administration. This is not based on my anecdotal experience or my memory.
California's up there right now.
This is not California. This is the U.S. average.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe it? I can show you the source from the Energy Information Administration. Do you want to bet?
I just really want to understand, Parker. I mean, I'm trying. I get where you're coming from because you make a lot of money and you're doing this every day. But it's not.
Dude, why do you keep bringing that? Why do you keep being like, bro? You making so much money. You make a lot of money. You make so much money.
You get on here and why do you try to act like Trump? Because you don't even sound like him.
No, you're literally.
I mean, I know you guys.
Dude,
since he's been on there,
it sounds like you're jealous. It sounds like you're super jealous.
Since he started,
are you
constantly
jealous
about him?
Are you jealous?
Who's
or something?
jealous?
Like, what is it? I'm not coming on here for specifically just money. This is my job, of course.
That's why every time you thank you for the $5, thank you for the $150.
So why did I do this before I made any money?
And you and Dean are just alike.
Hey, why did I do this before I made any money?
You always made money on this. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. I did not always make money on this.
You start on this platform, so you're going to make some kind of money regardless.
I didn't make any money for years making content.
Okay.
Genuinely, I'm being serious. For years. I started in 2020, bro. I did this for years.
Well,
I did lives. I did lives for many hours every single day where I made no money. Wait, by the way, I did lives where I made literally no money. You thought I was gonna? You just thought I had like this intuition that I was gonna have fucking almost 12,000 people concurrently in my stream in the future? What was the likelihood of that, dude?
Yeah, you know why? Because people get on these videos and they watch you constantly, and then watch other stuff that's not true on the news and everything else. So yeah, they're gonna believe all this.
Okay, so what do I say that's incorrect?
What is it?
What do I say that's incorrect?
Everything. I mean, you're talking about government. You're talking about Republicans, Democrats. I mean, you're talking about it all. I mean, you're going to throw whatever you can to get out money regardless.
Can you be specific? Name one thing I was wrong about.
About Trump, because who's your president right now? Because you thought he was going to lose, and he still won.
No, I never made a claim on whether or not he was going to lose. Or
yeah,
win.
you did.
I actually, at
you
the
thought
time,
you was like, oh, well, you want him as a president. Well, he's your president.
Actually, I thought he shouldn't win, but I did not know who was going to win. Actually, at that time, if you asked me, I would have been like, I don't know.
No, you didn't.
What I was saying at the time. So what was I wrong about? What was I wrong about?
You said in one of your lives, you said, "Oh well, that's the worst president. You shouldn't pick him. He ain't gonna win." Well, he won.
I never said that he isn't going to win. I said I don't know who's going to win at the time. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You literally are. If you watched my live,
okay, so then if I'm making it up, then you're making it up.
What do you mean? I am myself. You did not watch my live enough to know me. I
right,
literally
so if
am
I'm my
myself.
Own self, you can't say that. Oh, wait, she would have been better for me because you don't know that.
Well, I can say that she'd be better for you because I'm talking about economically speaking, and I know that based upon the data.
You just don't get it.
What do you mean I don't get it? What do I not get? You're just on here for money. You don't get it. You're paid by the
That's what it
DNC.
is. You're on here for money. Thank you for the $5.
You're on here for money. You're paid by the DNC.
I really.
You don't have a real job. You don't have a job.
On YouTube.
It's just fake. You don't actually do real work. Jocelyn, thank you for $5. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. I really appreciate it. Rebecca, thank you for the $5 for in honor of Noah being emotional and dramatic. Thank you so much. Edgar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Lisa, with the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. What'd you say?
You heard what I said. I ain't repeating it.
Oh, you said I didn't have a real job. Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly what I said. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you for the real job.
what is a real job?
Free money.
What is a real job?
A 9 to 5 working a blue collar is actually getting out there 9 to 5 every day. Unlike you, behind a screen, taking people's money.
Okay, so wait. My dad specifically is a doctor. He doesn't work a 9 to 5. Does he not have a real job?
A doctor's way different. That's not a hard. I'm telling you right now. That's not actually getting out there with your
My
hands
girlfriend is a teacher. My girlfriend's a substitute teacher. She specifically doesn't work 9 to 5. Does she have a real job?
You know what I mean, Parker. You ain't gotta be smart.
Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you. No, I don't know what you mean, and that's why I'm trying to prove.
Yeah, you do.
Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Jojo with the $10. Thank you so much for taking my money, Barker. Thank you. You want to give me a response? Or no, you got nothing? You
No,
silent?
just enjoy it, bro. Just keep taking people's money. Enjoy it.
I'm taking people's money. No, people are giving their money to me because they like my
See, look,
content.
you're admitting it. You're just getting free money.
Yeah, people are
for sitting here in a chair and not working.
Yes, I'm admitting it when I fucking say thank you out loud. No shit. Sella, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. No shit, I fucking admit it. What are you talking about?
You want to know another thing? I don't agree on that killing babies and stuff.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Ask him if he builds arcs. I don't know that. Is it? Do you mean like Ark the book, like Noah's Ark? Jordan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Honestly, I think Noah's very, very, very mad. He's very, very jealous. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for bills get paid. It's a
You
job.
just get people like you that actually get on here and make money while
Ben,
people
thank
actually
you
get
for
on
the $5. Thank you. You're so jealous, huh? Max, thank you for the $2. I get free money. It just grows on trees for me, right? Caitlin,
Yeah,
thank you for the
it
$4.
sure
Thank
does.
you so much. I really appreciate it for
It
stop
does.
taking
It
my
sure
money.
does.
Damn. So, like, dude, you're being ridiculous, man. Do you want to give me an actual argument? Budget card. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you. Joey, thank you for the hand art.
You're just a waste, Parker. There ain't no point to talk.
I'm a waste. Why am I a waste?
You're a waste of breathing air.
Tell me. Why am I'm a waste breathing air? What do you mean?
Yeah.
How am I a waste breathing air? Pammy, thank you
You
for the
get on
galaxy.
here and you try to debate people that work every day and don't. I'm sorry, we don't get on the internet and try to look up everything we have to do. We actually have to live life every day.
You don't do research. We don't do research. We live life. I appreciate sci-fi. Thank you for the galaxy. You know, there are people who also have jobs in the comment section right now that also do research. Okay, you know that you can live your life, do research still while living your life, and also work
every day and look on the internet. No, I'm good on that. I got too much.
I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I've got to just do one. Denaya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brittany, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Warren, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kyler, thank you for the $10. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Matt, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you.
Democrats not setting up. No, that's a
Thank
lie.
you so much, Wendy, with the $5. Thank you. Budget, thank you so much again with the $10. Thank you. What are you saying? I couldn't hear you. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. What's that?
That's why.
No, the government shut down by Trump and the Republicans, buddy.
No, it's not actually.
Yes,
It's the
it is.
Democrats.
Nope.
No, it's not. Where's that? Show me a video. The votes are showing right now for the Democrats. The Democrats have it shut down.
They're not
because They ain't
negotiating.
agreeing with the
They're not
Republicans are saying.
negotiating. They're not negotiating.
There's no negotiating.
Actually,
What, for
Trump
the
in the
old
past.
Obamacare?
Wait, listen.
For the old Obamacare. Explain
Listen, Trump in the past has literally blamed the president for not getting the people to come together specifically to actually keep the government afloat. And Michael with the $200 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now for the $200 on Cash App? Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Aaliyah with the $20. Thank you. Fluffy with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said I work 2 full-time jobs, also in college. Full-time. Having a job isn't a reason to be uneducated. Being MAGA is, though. Juan, thank you so much for the $1 from Noah is so mad. GK, thank you for the $5. Melissa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for here's some free money for your not job.
Yeah, that ain't a job. What do you do every day? You get on this. Is that a job?
Yes, this is a job.
Exactly.
Barbara,
To take people's money. That's an American people. It's money.
Kylan,
Exactly.
thank you for $2. Well, people specifically, right? They like my content and decide to engage with my content because they like it. Alex, thank you for the dollar.
What
Thank you,
is-
Megan, for the $5. Or Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Molly,
can-
thank you for the
can't say this
$20
is a
for he's so
job.
pissed.
It's
Thank
a
you so
job.
much. Can you define
That
the
ain't
job?
a
What is
job.
what is a job? What is a job? Sydney, thank you for the $10. Jeff, thank you for the
Getting up
$5
and
for
leaving your
payroll.
house and going to an actual job to make money, or actually
Wait,
working
this
from
is
home.
my.
This ain't
I'm
what-
in my interview. I'm not in my interview. I'm in my setup right
interview.
now. This
You're
is
in an
my
interview right now.
Sorry, listen. I didn't mean to say that. I'm in my office right now. This is my office.
What?
Mark,
No,
thank you for the $3. Thank
$500,000
you.
house.
No, I live in an apartment. Ruth, thank you for the $10. So wait, I have a $500,000 house now. Apparently.
You probably do. It's hard telling.
No, I don't. I don't have a house. Gabby, thank you for
I know
the
most American
$10.
people
Thank
can't
you.
afford it right now.
What'd you say? Say that again.
You said I know most people in America can't afford one right now.
So I don't know why you're saying that. Like you just said that I don't. You just said I have a $500,000 house, meaning I do have a job
Well, you
to
have
pay
a
for that.
platform. Get that, Parker. You got a
Wait,
platform right now.
So do I have a job to pay for that?
Yeah, you do. You're right
I do.
now.
So I do have a job. I do have a job. Thank you very much for conceding. Gabby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Pedro, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2.
That's not a job.
Michelle,
That's
thank
not
you for the
a job.
$10.
You're
Thank
getting
you.
free
Aaron with the
money, so yeah, you're able to pay for
$5.
it.
Sydney with the 10. Crazy, thank you for the $5. $17.99. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
And tariffs.
Tyler, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. What's up? Joe, thank you for the 5.
Someone's talking about tariffs. Well, tariffs must be better for you in the long run. That's why he did it.
What do tariffs have to do with what we were just talking about?
I was reading a comment, Parker. I'm not talking about what we're talking about now.
Oh. Amanda, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, you just conceded that I do have a job. Thank you very much for admitting that.
It's not a
And
job.
thank you for the
Parker.
$2.
You're
Thank
taking
you.
Money.
Define
You're
a job.
getting money right now. This
To
ain't
do
a hard
labor.
job just to talk online.
Yeah. So when you engage in employment and labor, specifically for a wage, that's a job. Katie, thank you for the $45. Thank you so much.
Labor.
Just because it's
Labor.
pissing
This
off
ain't
Noah
labor.
so bad. Thank you so much, Katie.
This ain't labor.
Robert, thank you for the $2. Yes, this is. I have to deal with you. That's definitely labor.
That's not labor.
Mary, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Mary. Tracy
If
with
you-
the
if you had
$15
real
for
life
Parker as a job. Thank you.
And work and actually
Jack
get
with the
someone to work and
$5.
deal
Thank you
with
so
actual
much.
people, in real life, this wouldn't have happened.
Wait, say that again?
I said if you actually had to go to a job and actually deal with people actually in person, this ain't dealing with people at all. This is just
Wait,
behind a
you
screen.
don't think there are jobs that are online?
Yeah,
Like,
there is. But
like
you still
for
gotta do
example,
meetings
my
and stuff
editor
like that, and actually have to
works
meet
an
them live.
online job, and she doesn't have to go into like a particular type of place to work.
This ain't a job.
This is a job. I literally also
No, it's
employ
not. You
an
can say it
editor.
all you want, bud. This ain't no job.
Yeah. I don't have a job. Definitely. Can you define a job? Denise, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for all the work you do. And Lauren with the $50 for thank you for your service. Can we have some W's for Lauren in the comment section for the $50 and Denise with the 20. Tommy with the 20. Thank you so much. GD, thank you for the 10. Tonya, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you for the fake job, everyone. Thank you for supporting the fake job.
Look at a joke.
Oh, how am I a joke? You left. Jojo, thank you for the $20. Ashley with the $2. Jamie with the $4.20. Yeah. Dude, let's go. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Vic, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Ashley with the $2. Holy shit, that was so comical. Man, baby Noah, man fetus. What a man fetus. Actually, man fetus. Just had to leave the live because he thought I didn't have a real job and because people were sending me donations. He literally rage quit the live because people were sending me donations, bro. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Dizzy, thank you for the $5. Sir, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 29. Listen, I don't support Trump, but can I just speak?
Based. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Lee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for supporting your job. Fuck the man fetus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He's such a fetus, bro. He's such a fetus. Yo, it's about you.
Hi there.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In some ways, yes.
Like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Last election, Donald Trump.
Okay. If with your knowledge that you have right now.
Still.
Okay. All right. So,
So a couple points. First, I want to congratulate you on your mini debate with Jordan Peterson. I really like that part where he wouldn't agree what belief is, and he went on some rampage. I thought that was wonderful. I wanted to make this interaction with you polite. I'm kind of on the older side of things. I supported Trump because of the foreign policy. He at least attempted and somehow succeeded in trying to stop the genocide, which might continue at any moment in Palestine against the people resident in Gaza. I mean, Biden supported it.
He definitely did not try to stop that.
Well, not effectively. But Biden not effectively.
He supported
Please don't
Israel
cut me
while
off.
they were starving people intentionally.
Listen, sir, I'm a bit hard of hearing, so if you talk over me, I won't be able to hear you. But you asked me why do I support him, and you're already cutting me off. So I said both.
You were lying.
Okay. Trump succeeded at achieving a ceasefire. Do you agree with that part?
No, the ceasefire has not been achieved. Secondly, if you want to, let me address this real quick.
But I haven't finished. You see, you're cutting me off.
I can't hear you when you speak over me. So it is the case that, like, when we reference what the support was in terms of Biden versus Trump, Trump actually, according to Netanyahu, was the greatest ally for Israel, specifically while they literally that Israel's ever had, apparently, while they were literally starving Palestinians and not allowing enough food trucks specifically to go in to feed the Palestinian population. So they actively were not allowing the food to go in to feed the population, so intentionally starving them, which is mass murdering Palestinians.
Okay, so both were evil, both supported the genocide, both are just, let's put it bluntly, both are sucking Biden's dick, right? But let's move from that.
Netanyahu. So then you don't support Trump then, right?
Yeah, they're both, no,
Okay.
I'm moving on to my point. They both support Israel beyond reason, beyond morals, etc. One attempted a ceasefire, and it's probably 10 years, probably the Israelis will continue their genocide, who knows, but, whatever. Now, again, should we fight the Ukrainian war till the last Ukrainian? Why should we have moved the borders of NATO all the way to all the way to Russia? So the only reason Russia invaded Ukraine was because we kept pushing NATO's borders to more and more countries. So what would have been a natural ally to the United States, which is Russia, has been thrown into the hands of China. So geopolitically, pushing for a war just to have the military-industrial complex be fed, trillions of dollars just to perpetuate the war machine is terrible. So a natural ally to the West would have been Russia. We pushed them into the hands of China. Kamala went and said that we were going to incorporate Ukraine into NATO. And eventually, one of the many red lines, when the Cold War ended,
That's not what she said.
we promised and repeatedly promised that we were not going to add more and more countries. The NATO would not move a single inch to the east. Anyhow, we kept moving it, and the last line was Ukraine. So, in any case, I supported Trump because I don't support arbitrary wars just to feed the industrial military complex. That's one thing. Anyhow, all of that is why I supported Trump. On the geopolitical sense, if this genocide stops after the famine and blocking the food and all of the horrible things that have happened against the Palestinians, is better than it not stopping. If we can get a ceasefire in Ukraine, is better than not having a ceasefire, etc. So I am in support of not slaughtering people.
Okay. Can I respond?
Please do. Thank you.
Few things here. The agreement that you were talking about with Russia to not move east, that was specifically with the Soviet Union, not Russia. That was specifically signed over by the Soviet Union themselves. And then Kamala Harris never granted that she wanted Ukraine to be in NATO. That was never something that even was a thing. Secondly, it is the case that, and actually I would argue that Ukraine should have been in NATO. And then secondly, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia in the early 2000s joined NATO, and they're on the border of Russia. The idea that there was not a country specifically on the border of Russia or near them already specifically is definitely false. NATO's a defensive alliance, so there's no real risk to Russia within that fashion. Actually, the reason why we are there is because we're trying to protect those countries from being invaded by Russia, exactly how Ukraine was. So you bought into the Kremlin propaganda and the Russian propaganda where they were saying that it was because of the West on their border that specifically they were invading those countries. No, that's propaganda directly from Putin and the Kremlin. No, not at all. They're a defensive alliance.
A counter
specifically
point.
in response to them invading countries, and this is not even just that. They also did this already with Ukraine, where they literally annexed Crimea. They also took over Georgia. They had done so in previous circumstances where they have literally taken over areas near them. They are trying to reestablish the Soviet Union. This is a very obvious thing we've already determined. So we are, as a defensive basis, doing this. Also, Finland joined NATO. No war started there.
Yeah, a counterpoint to NATO being a defensive alliance only. Yugoslavia, when it fractured into Serbia, Montenegro, etc., was not part of NATO, but NATO bombarded Serbia, etc., and that wasn't a defensive move because no part of Yugoslavia before or after it fractured had been part of NATO, correct? So there was a war of aggression into what was an internal fracturing of an ex-Soviet satellite, correct?
So you're saying
Furthermore,
this-
when NATO supported the invasion of Iraq, that wasn't a defensive move either, correct?
So wait. So it wasn't about the ethnic cleansing of Albanians?
No, you're confusing Bosnia with Albania.
No. So
The Muslims, the Bosnian Muslims, were in ethnic civil war, etc., with the Serbians, correct? It wasn't Albanians. But in any case, so that refutes your point that NATO is a defensive alliance.
Hold up.
Kamala Harris in a meeting in Europe stated that we were going to add Ukraine to NATO, and I did not say that there were no countries on the border that had joined NATO. What I said is it was the last country. It was the country through which it was.
What I said wasn't inaccurate. What I said was accurate. You can look at the motivations. You can do research. If you look this up right now, you can specifically see, even on Britannica, that it specifically shows that.
So you said that when NATO attacked the ex parts of Yugoslavia was a defensive move?
It was defensive specifically of the people.
I see. Okay. So do you think if we had a ceasefire in the current line of control in Ukraine would be better than forever feeding Ukraine with armaments so that we basically burn out the war material of Russia? Do you think it's better to fight that war till the last Ukrainian or to achieve some form of ceasefire?
I think that Ukrainians should be able to determine specifically that they want to fight against Russia and maintain their sovereignty. And I think that we would specifically have the ability to do so if we didn't cut the funding specifically for Ukraine and we actually provided a defense for them, because Russia inevitably would get to a point where they economically.
You said that Ukraine. You said that NATO was a defensive. You said that NATO was a defensive.
This is defensive.
Ukraine is not part of NATO.
Sovereignty.
Ukraine was not. It just said it's a self-defense. NATO is a self-defense alliance. Ukraine is not part of NATO.
Listen, this isn't even referencing NATO. This is referencing specifically the Budapest Memorandum that we signed with Ukraine and Russia. Russia also signed this agreement. If Russia invades Ukraine, that we would defend Ukraine. That is specifically what the Budapest Memorandum is. We're not even talking about NATO in this context, but there are a lot of NATO countries that are involved in this. Push that mustache.
Okay, so in general, you prefer to continue to feed. Do you prefer war than peace?
No, I actually don't. I think you prefer war because you support Donald Trump, who just bombed multiple boats off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence they were drug boats.
Oh, that's absolutely criminal.
Of conflict.
That is criminal.
Just literally a war
Trump
crime.
is criminal for that. Absolutely.
And so then why do you still support him?
I stated why I supported him because of the attempts to stop the genocide in Gaza and the attempts to stop the war in Ukraine.
He literally didn't. He said to finish the job. She was advocating for a ceasefire, and he said to finish the job. The Biden-Harris administration had a ceasefire.
Okay, anyhow, I wanted to move to a more constructive topic that maybe can bring the country together. So I'd state a problem that both the left and the right have is that the young people and the capital base of the young people is really decimated. We're in an era for the last 20, 30 years where every generation sees a future that is worse than their parents. And that's because of the economic base, the accumulation of money at the top, etc., the decimation
Which
of
is
wages,
made worse
etc.
by
So
Trump's
I
policies.
wanted to see what your opinion is on a proposal. So you remember how the U.S. expanded, right? The U.S. expanded into the Native American lands, and the war with Mexico, and we took that half of Mexico, etc. So we expanded, and people acquired land. That brought immigration, and in a way, other than what happened to the Native Americans, and what happened to the rights of the Mexican Americans when that war ended, it was ignoring all of the evil that happened there. It was good that people got land and that we in a way settled the country, ignore the crimes. Now my
What?
proposal
You can't just
to
ignore
you.
the crimes. What the fuck?
Well, because we can't change the past, basically. So moving forwards, ignoring the past,
Why
that
would
was
you
a
say
good thing. But we're not prosecuting any of those crimes that happened then, right? We're not going back 100, 200, 300 years ago, right?
Yeah, but
So
like, that
I'm
doesn't-
just saying.
we should acknowledge them, and we shouldn't engage
Well,
in
we
historical
acknowledge it,
revisionism
but
like
we're-
how
okay,
Trump
so-
is.
so-
And also, I
so
don't know
he-
why you just
he-
randomly bring that up in the conversation and say
Oh,
that.
because I wanted to make a proposal to make the country better, see if we can meet in the middle. Hear your opinion. You see, not everything has to be confrontational. So my proposal is the United States, the federal government, still controls a lot of land throughout the U.S. They control land in cities in the form of post offices, courts, all military bases that have been shut down, etc. Throughout the U.S., there's many, many pockets of federal land. And my proposal would be that for every American citizen, every U.S. citizen at some age of majority, say, I don't know, somewhere between 8 and, 20, something in their 20s, based on the census, for every U.S. citizen, some amount of capital be given to the citizens in the form of land based on a lottery. So imagine nationwide, and this would happen every year, but you have to start at some point. Nationwide, we would give rights to pieces of land via a lottery. Might be many acres somewhere away from a city, or might be some rights to, say, a post office that is just a flat building with a lot of parking lot, and that would be redeveloped. So basically, if you increase the asset base of citizens, what that does is that instead of paying rents forever, citizens can pay towards a mortgage, towards ownership. So say you happen to own among
The
20
issue is
people.
these are in places where people don't want to live, right? And often circumstances in terms of federal land, and then it's just going to be sold off to the highest bidder, right?
But you haven't
and then
even
that's
had
gonna
the
lead to-
courtesy.
and then that's going to
You
lead
haven't
to
heard the
all of our
courtesy to
nature
listen
reser-
to my proposal. You
Also,
haven't heard the
don't
proposal.
we need post office? I want.
Yeah. So my point is, you have a post office. It's a flat. It's an old building. It's flat. It's a lot of parking lot in many areas. So you really.
One moment. I want individuals to have affordable housing, okay, but I don't think that we should be building that affordable housing in the parking lot of a post office. I think we need those.
Sorry, I have to do that to deal with this conversation. Let me unmute you. Ray, you got to hit the unmute.
Okay, so you wherever the federal government has lands, you give a grant of people equivalent to, I don't know, $250,000, $500,000, just like we did when we settled the U.S. And what this would do is provide people an economic base. This economic base can be used to borrow against, then get loans and redevelop these pieces of land throughout the country. If you do this, it doesn't add to the national debt, and it would improve the capital base of the young people, so that instead of paying rents forever, they would pay towards a mortgage and own property. The most important asset of any person is their home, and it would in a way serve as a form of reparations. Everybody would get it, so it wouldn't get tangled up in racial issues, etc. Everybody would get it. If you have enough money, you can reject it, give it back to the pool of for other people. But don't you think this would be a constructive way to help improve the asset base of the young people in the United States?
No, not by handing over post offices and handing over all federal lands. You want to hand over like all of the different military bases too?
Also, do you
incrementally,
do you remember 2009? What happened in 2009?
So you can take a proposal seriously and think about it, or you can just dismiss it because
Answer my question.
how you go about
We're
it.
not taking it seriously.
What happened in 2007 through 2009?
A housing collapse.
And why did that housing collapse occur?
Because of greed of Wall Street.
And what greed of Wall Street caused the housing collapse?
It basically caused the federal government to bail out these too big to fail under-regulated banks that destroy the economy.
And why did the federal government need to?
So what we have now is BlackRock and all of these other
Why did the federal
gigantic
government? Why
funds.
did the federal government need to bail out those banks?
Excuse me?
Why did the federal government need to bail out those banks?
Because they always take care of themselves. The only citizens that matter in this country are the big businesses
never
and the
mind,
oligarchs,
never mind.
right?
Listen, matter of fact, this is what would happen if you give like individuals like randomly selected ownership over like I don't know, like post offices that they could then use as leverage to get a loan. Okay, well, matter of fact, if individuals can't pay those loans back, are you saying that then we should just give the post offices to these greedy banks?
If you can pay rent, you can pay a loan.
I think that we know inevitably, right, some of these loans will default, and do you think that then the
Well, I'll give you examples where
should
these
we,
have
I'm just
worked.
asking you questions. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, I'll give you answers.
Do you think that the greedy banks should be able to repossess their post offices?
Okay. To think about this a bit more structured. Say you have a post office, 40 people get a grant to a share of that land. The post office is still there. You go borrow money to redevelop. You redevelop, you leave the post office in the ground floor, and now you have 40 units of housing for whoever got that part of the lottery. So
wait, so you're saying turn the post offices into houses?
Yeah, but not the building itself, the real estate, the land, right?
Wait.
You redevelop the post office, you leave it in the ground floor, and in the top you have, say, 40 condos, right?
Wait, so you put 40 condos on top of the post office?
Well, in a new redeveloped building, obviously not the old building.
You're funny.
So I don't know if you know, in many countries, agrarian reform has worked. For example, in Venezuela that you mentioned, in Venezuela there was agrarian reform, and surprisingly or not, then this is agrarian reform that went from the 60s forwards. A lot of poor people in Venezuela got little pieces of land, they developed their little houses, and there they own their homes better than paying rent forever. Don't you think that how the U.S. was settled with a capital base would be a good thing for the U.S. citizens?
I mean, like we can do that with certain areas of land. Like, sure, like we wouldn't dispute you there. Like, there's probably some federal lands that would make sense to do. But I definitely think that there's a lot of federal lands, like in terms of nature reserves and especially post offices, that we shouldn't just be handing out.
No, I'm not saying close the post office. I'm saying redevelop them properly.
That would mean that we keep them and we don't give them out.
Yeah, you put the condos on top of the post office. Listen, I would say, right, maybe we could consider that, right, once it's the last available option. But before we start putting the condos on top of the post offices.
No, that's an example. We have military bases adjacent to many cities that were closed down. Look at the military bases in San Antonio, right next to San Antonio, a bunch of abandoned buildings.
Okay, so like if you any abandoned buildings, we want to go into that, and we want to definitely like redo that for housing.
So
like we're totally.
Don't you think it would be a good thing for the next generations of Americans, whether they're on the left or the right, to have an asset base and move towards ownership versus continuously paying for rent?
I don't disagree with you on this, but I don't think this is going to be true for the everyday average American, that they're just going to get some land like that. I don't think every single person will be able to get land specifically just by doing this.
What if we repurpose Trump's golf courses? We use that land to start building some houses.
Well, that's what eminent domain is. There you have a great example.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay with getting rid of his golf courses?
Oh, eminent domain. Yeah, he took the parking lot of the home of some woman.
I think that eminent domain.
Listen to this. Trump took the home of a woman's. Trump took under eminent domain, not and as a private citizen, the home of a woman in New Jersey to build a parking lot for a casino that then failed. If he can get eminent domain to take over some poor woman's home, right? Why wouldn't we be able to take his golf courses and put
And you
housing in
support
there? Why
him
not?
still, and you support him. You want to take away his golf course.
On his foreign policy and against its slaughter of people. Yeah.
Did you hear this, Dean? Did you hear this? My brain is melting. It's just
You see,
melting.
you have to be less binary.
I
You
kind of
cannot
like came
in
in
your
at a little bit
politics.
of a weird time here.
In your politics, you don't have to be
I'm
all
hearing
left or
some
all right. You
crazy
can be
shit
in the
come
middle,
from
right?
Ray. Like apparently we're gonna build condos on top of fucking post offices. We're gonna eminent domain the golf courses and build apartments. And like somehow this guy.
How do you think all the freeways were put into the cities in the U.S.? They eminent domain all of the black and Hispanic neighborhoods, and they built the freeways through there. Don't you know that?
And that's bad.
Learn
That's
some
bad.
history.
Wait,
Yeah,
no one's
absolutely
disagreeing, but
terrible.
That's
Yeah.
bad. I'm confused.
So
why
why-
are you acting like we agree with that?
Yeah,
So-
eminent domain is like really like disenfranchised so many people. Fun fact.
Exactly. So why not go to the auditors?
I
too?
was still in the.
We're
middle
not
of my
disputing you there. We're just saying it doesn't make sense that you support Trump, given that you support fucking taking away his golf course.
You see, I started stating why I supported him on his attempts to stop the genocide in Gaza, and on his
not.
attempt to stop the war in
He
Ukraine.
literally isn't, though. I'm sorry. You're fucking actually
Well,
on it.
sadly, both Democrats and Republicans just suck Bibi's dick. That's the problem.
So,
with
so
their-
then why are you acting like he's against it?
Right, you know, like with his peace deal,
Well-
quote unquote. Like, I mean, that was like violated by Israel.
Of the
12 hours
of the
later.
95%
Why-
of Gaza
why-
that was
every
destroyed.
single time I open my mouth, I'm like, dude.
I got you, dude.
Dude, Ray, every single time I've opened my mouth since I've joined, like you've spoken over me. Just give me a second, big dog, okay? Right now to go back to what I was saying, right? You know, Donald Trump's quote unquote peace deal between Hamas and Israel was violated by Israel less than 12 hours after it was signed, right? And now, like a couple weeks later, right, they're back to restricting and cutting off food, water, and trade routes. They're back to fucking filling like the underground tunnels with cement to kill people. They're back to passing legislation through their parliament to illegally annex and ethnically cleanse the West Bank, right? They're back to killing innocent children, so on and so forth, right? So like that peace deal, right? That ceasefire just goes down in history as like the fifth or sixth unremarkable attempt to end Israel's onslaught, right? That is ultimately meaningless since they've violated that too. So that's really not a good reason to support Trump. Then about Ukraine, right? I understand Donald Trump said he wanted to end Russia's invasion. He was going to do it on day one, but quite frankly, that's just not what we've seen, okay? His first strategy of, like, taking money away from Ukraine and defunding them, right, only emboldened Russia to hit them harder, and that's why month per month we've seen the hardest hits since the beginning of their invasion on Ukraine under Donald Trump in his second term, right? Like, Donald Trump actually conceded to what Kamala Harris wanted to do, saying, right, that we need to fight for all of Ukraine's land, we need to resume the military funding, right, because it was just so obviously the case that his original approach was wrong and the Democrats have been right all along, right? So, like, it just sounds like you have no good reason to support Trump as president, right? Because either he's just as bad or worse than the Democrats, like with Israel, right? Or significantly worse than the Democrats that he's now conceded to them, like with Russia and Ukraine.
into the hands of China.
What the fuck?
That war started under Biden, right?
China. Yeah, just like World War II started.
And the invasion of Crimea was done under Obama, right?
Yeah, it was. What's your point?
So my point is, if we had treated Russia with respect, if we had not been mongering
I forgot,
against
he's
Russia,
like, kind of like pro-Russia a little bit.
Oh my God! Yeah, he's definitely pro Russia. Yeah, Donald Trump's already conceded that doesn't work. I don't know what to tell you. Like he's already conceded. He tried that. He tried to kiss Putin's ring, then he got fucking played because Putin wants Ukraine, right? And quite frankly, he's going to have an easier path to victory when we suck up to him, right? And that's why Putin, right, was having the Kremlin pay people like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson $500,000 a month to push anti-Ukraine, pro-Kremlin, pro-Trump propaganda, right, to get Trump elected, to take advantage of the fact that he was going to kiss the ring a little bit more than the Dems, right? And then he did. He took advantage of that. Once that international pressure was released, right? Once we defunded Ukraine and we're like, Russia, give me a big old smooch on my lips. Then he just started hitting them harder, as I've already went over, right? And this is not contestable. You
Better
can't
off
say, Dean, you're
if
wrong.
this war had not been fought,
and the reason why
Russia was closer to the U.S. than to China.
Ray, 1 second, please. And the reason why you can't say that I'm wrong here is because Donald Trump has affirmed that everything I'm saying is right. Donald Trump said, well, we need to resume the military funding to Ukraine. Donald Trump said, well, we can't concede any Ukrainian land to Russia. I need to go back to being strongly anti-Russia. Putin was playing me. I don't know what's gone into him. Right? So at this point, the only thing you can do is concede, right? Because the Russia sympathist approach just doesn't work, man.
If you ignore for a moment your left and right sides of things, listen to this. Ukraine is asking for missiles that can hit 1,000 miles into Russia. Don't you know this is a slippery slope to a third world war and a thermonuclear war? Don't you care about humanity?
I'm sorry. The only thing I caught there is, don't you care about humanity? I do. That's why I want to save more humans.
So if you didn't hear, let me say, listen to what I said. Don't respond to something you didn't hear. So I'll repeat it for you. Ukraine is asking for missiles that can go 1,000 miles into Russia. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yes. Yes, because they need to have a larger threat of deterrence, right? Like giving them.
Have you heard about nuclear weapons?
Right. Like I can tell you this: giving them missiles that can shoot 1,000 miles into Russia, right, presents like a larger threat to Russia if Russia continues their onslaught and ethnic cleansing, thereby putting more pressure on Russia to concede the Ukrainian land they've already gotten, right, and to back the fuck off.
Have you heard about nuclear weapons?
Yes, I have heard about nuclear weapons. This is where you're fearmonger and you go like, oh, well, actually, if
what happens when Russia?
No, Ray, I'm still speaking. Right, this is where you start fear mongering and you go, oh no, if we better equip Ukraine to actually defend themselves, right? This is somehow going to make Russia inflamed and it's going to start a nuclear war. But matter of a fact, man, right? That's just not true. What happens when Ukraine plays peaceful, when Ukraine just sits there and they don't respond, when Ukraine doesn't have the means needed, right, to fight back and defend themselves? Russia only hits them harder. All right, and that's what we saw with the invasion of Crimea, right? If you were right and I was wrong, well, then we would have expected the annexation of Crimea to be the end of things because Ukraine didn't respond with a war. Ukraine didn't respond with an invasion of Crimea. Ukraine responded by basically saying, well, Crimea is still a part of our country, but we're just going to ignore this for now, right? And then Russia stepped back, reloaded, and then hit them harder, right? Matter of fact, I'd actually say that it's worse for global tensions to not better equip Ukraine now, because then Russia will take them over, right? Grow in size, grow in mass, grow in arms, grow in GDP, right? Grow in ability to make more weapons and better arm more soldiers, and then they'll just go for the next country in their attempt to rebuild the USSR, right? We need, right, to squash Russia's invasion of Ukraine now, which would require arming Ukraine to fight the hell back and defend themselves, right? Because of the track record of what we've seen when we do the opposite.
So the war on Ukraine started under Biden. Was it under Trump?
Yeah, no, it started under Biden, just like World War II started under FDR.
Okay. So do you think that, because at the beginning you guys said, well, in hindsight, etc. So in hindsight, do you think if this war had not started, things would be better?
If this had not started, would things be better? Yeah, obviously.
Okay. So why couldn't we do diplomacy and prevent this war?
Did diplomacy work in response to their annexation of Crimea?
Well, Obama did that diplomacy.
Did that diplomacy work?
Yeah, Obama says we're not going to support Ukraine. Obama, don't interrupt. If you want to have a monologue, talk to yourself. If you want to have a back and forth, try to listen. Obama was president. Russia took Crimea, which was their naval base, which was already there under lease. So they took Crimea, and Obama did squat. Obama never provided any weapons. Obama was very conservative. He only provided humanitarian aid and other things. And there was peace. Trump got elected, and there was peace. Biden gets elected, pulls out of Afghanistan, and has to feed the war machine somehow. So what's the best way to feed the war machine? Well, the best way is not to kill U.S. soldiers. So let's go fight this war in Ukraine until the last Ukrainian. It would have been better if that war had not started, if we had signed proper treaties over Ukraine never to become part of NATO, and we had incorporated Russia into the continue to incorporate Russia into the international community.
You're actually silly goose. Do you think that signing a treaty stating that Ukraine will never be a part of NATO would like stop Russia from invading? No, that would have only ensured their invasion, dude. The reason why Russia did not want Ukraine to join NATO is so that they could invade them without Article 5 being invoked. No, the proper response, right, would have been fast tracking and expediting Ukraine joining NATO. Right, it's
35 years.
You're actively
35 years since the fall of the USSR.
You're interrupting.
Listen to him.
35 years.
No, Ray, stop it, Ray. You were actively playing into the Kremlin propaganda when you suggest that we need to take a sophist approach to Russia. You were actively playing into the Kremlin propaganda when you suggest that like we just need to say, well, we don't really care, play peace, stay out of it, do nothing. Okay, and in fact, you've yourself already proven this when you said propagandistic to suggest, right, that like Russia is a country that we need to ignore and back the hell off of. And even Donald Trump has come to learn that, all right? Donald Trump is a man that is impossible to convince is wrong, right? Donald Trump is a man that hates to back off of his positions. And one of the only positions I've ever seen him truly do a 180 on is the sophist approach towards Russia, right? Emboldening them to hit Ukraine harder by backing off of helping Ukraine. Even he has flipped on that, okay? Because it doesn't work.
Oh, now he's got to be unmuted.
Geopolitically, who is our largest challenger, Russia or China?
Russia.
Okay, so wouldn't it be better to have Russia as a natural ally in a united Europe than a fragmented Europe with a war?
Okay, so you're saying that we need to unite with with Russia, right? Would you argue to unite with China?
Well, we tried that for quite a while and it's failed miserably, right?
I don't know what you mean. You
economically,
if you want to bend the knee, then why don't you just bend the knee to both China and Russia?
Well, we are an empire, right? We're an empire in decay, but we're still the empire, correct?
What? Do you want to be viewed that way?
Well, that's what we are, right?
Bro wants to be the empire. You would defend the empire.
No, the United States is the empire in descent.
You would defend
China's the empire in ascent.
You
correct?
would defend the empire in Star Wars.
Well, it's just a fact of history, okay? The U.S. is the natural empire now.
Wait, hold up. I'm asking, who would you defend in Star Wars?
I don't know Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
So the United States is the empire in descent. China is the empire that is coming up, correct? Everything that we did to try to support businesses in China and the development of China has backfired, correct? Economically. We destroyed our industrial base. We had all of our intellectual property stolen, some of it legally, some of it illegally, and we have
Trump
risen.
literally has led to there being less real
No, not Trump. You guys have to think about your country more than about left and right. Think as citizens. So I'm asking you to be in the middle and think as citizens.
Wow, I never thought about that one before. Think as a citizen of the United States, Parker.
There we go, Parker. So remember, I asked you to have respect. I congratulated you with your
Do you think
interaction
it's
with
respectful
Peterson.
for you to tell me to think like a citizen? Like what? That makes no fucking. I am a citizen.
I'm talking. Okay, geopolitically, we really messed up in our interactions with China. Okay, China is now economically destroying the United States empire. Okay. Do you think the United States is not an empire?
No. I would consider it under that connotation, right? I don't think we should be engaging like that on a world stage, right? I don't believe in that type of mentality of like engaging in that.
Well, but it's a fact. So whether we believe it or not, it's a fact. I'd rather we be more of a
Trump's
peaceful.
threatening annexing our allies. Trump's bombing places like Venezuela with absolutely no evidence.
Sadly, he's a senile man that can't achieve anything anyway.
So he's a senile old man, yet you support the guy.
I said with respect to his foreign policy and stopping wars. Anyhow, being a U.S. citizen, taking this conversation to a better place, I would say that we are an empire, and the proof is in the pudding, right? All of these nations buy our treasuries. Our budget is not based just on our tax income, but is based on people buying our debt, from including China, but South Korea, Japan, many countries in Europe, many countries in the Middle East buy U.S. treasuries. That's how a tribute is paid to an empire, by taxing other nations. What's really amazing about our empire is that our debt is denominated in dollars, right? So if, say, we have inflation and the dollar is now worth half, well, our debt is really in an acquisitive power been cut in half. Hopefully the salaries follow, and as an empire, we basically have people in a treadmill buying our treasuries, and that's how we are an empire. That empire is in decay. It used to be that every trading of oil worldwide was based in dollars, petrodollars. One of the reasons we ended up invading Iraq is because we wanted to trade oil in euros, and we didn't like that.
All right,
Now China is trading. China finally has broken the cartel of the dollar, and now they're trading oil in yuan.
Oh my God!
So we're an empire in
Please,
decay.
I am gonna cry.
Well, don't you think naturally we would be better off without wars?
I think naturally my mental health would be better off with not engaging in a conversation any further with you.
Too hard?
No, too ridiculous.
What part?
The entirety of the conversation, right? We're not even having a conversation about why you support Trump at this point. You're just trying to argue on a broad general sense about specifically how we should engage, particularly with Russia.
Well, don't you think that's part of the problem in the country?
No, I don't.
The country is just left and right divided.
I don't think that the way that Trump engages with Russia and China leads to better sets of conditions around the entire world. Trump has been tariffing the entire world, right? Causing trade wars around the entire world. He's going back and forth on his position with Russia, not having a clear, defined position, which makes it more likely for Russia to be able to take advantage of him. He specifically engaged in significantly more conflict, engaging in trade war with China, right? He's made it significantly worse off for us engaging in international affairs to address climate change because he seriously doesn't believe in it, right? These are actual real things that affect
I agree
us on a
that his
global
tariffs
stage,
are
that when you just act like they don't impact us, it leads to a worse off country. And for you to absolutely at all compare Trump on a world stage to Kamala Harris and acting like Kamala Harris would be at all in terms of the level of Donald Trump, right? That is ridiculous. Obviously, there's a distinction. Obviously, Kamala Harris is significantly better on an international
Donald
standpoint.
Trump's tariffs are psychotic. Donald Trump's tariffs are psychotic. I would say maybe Kamala would have been better, but it was her election to lose.
Maybe it would have. She would have been better. Like, what are you saying by that? Maybe she should have been better, or she would have been better. What do you mean by that?
She did extraordinarily well in the first debate, and then she hit
him.
Oh yeah, she did very good. So sadly,
and then Trump wouldn't accept another debate.
Yeah. So it was her election to lose, but
why do you support Trump over Kamala Harris?
Because she was going to remain the status quo. She wasn't doing anything against the genocide in Gaza, and she wasn't doing anything to stop the war in Ukraine.
So she actively was trying to specifically make a defense specifically against Russia in terms of helping out Ukraine. I do admit she was pro-Israel, but specifically you have to understand that position is no different in terms of Donald Trump. If not, Donald Trump's position is worse. Right, so I don't understand what your position is on that, and saying that that's the reason why she specifically would.
At the time, she couldn't, put a line between herself and Biden. It was her election to lose, and she lost it. She had twice the money as
Okay,
Trump.
so it's not. It's. Are you left wing?
You see, that's the problem. Being non-binary, you don't have to be left or right.
Just answer my question. Are you left wing? Are you like arguing from
I am a
segregationist
liberal.
perspective?
I'm a liberal, and I sit in the middle.
Okay. So you're just saying it's her election to lose, but you're not really giving a reason why that's the case. You just keep repeating that same point.
Well, she lost that election because she did not campaign properly. She wouldn't go on any
It was not her not
podcast
campaigning
free-form.
properly. This is so absurd. Obviously, I would prefer that she specifically went on those podcast forums. She did try to go on Joe Rogan, but specifically Trump chose Joe Rogan chose Trump over Kamala Harris on that particular day. Now the point
She wouldn't go unless it was a managed 30-minute thing.
What?
It was a managed 30-minute thing where she'd walk away. Even with a labor union person who was going to ask her 20 questions, she walked away after a few.
She didn't walk away. She specifically talked about how she wanted to on that day. She didn't have much time. She had 107 days to run for president. I think you're putting too much blame on her, not enough blame specifically on the fact that people voted without any evidence or reason. Specifically, in terms of this, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president Biden and the Harris administration when it was not caused by them. So there were literally millions of people that voted for Donald Trump because they thought he would be better in terms of inflation, and they literally that's because they did no research.
Well, if she had opened the tent and allowed RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and others in the middle, then she would have had more voters. A lot of RFK voters went for Trump.
Dude, this is so ridiculous. She had to accept RFK. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna cry.
Well, to govern, you have to govern. You have to win an election.
I'm done. Dean, is there any other?
To govern, you have to win an election.
Yeah, I don't think that would have won them the election. So, Dean, do you want to say anything?
I have one final question. Why did the
Dean, were you
Democrats?
muted this whole time? Oh my gosh. Oh, that must be.
So I have a question for you guys. Why?
Let's just go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let me say thank you to a few people. Abby, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Ciara with the $25. Thank you. Jamie with the $4.20. Thank you. Kelly with the $2. Thank you. Elias, thank you so much for the $5. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you've had a good day so far. Mahala, thank you so much for the $15. Michael with the $5. Cynthia with the $20. Thank you so much. Jenna with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube as well, but we're going to get the next person up here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, let's try to hit the like button. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate everyone. 3,000 likes. I think we can do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Also, everyone, make sure you're followed if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, follow me if you haven't already, as well as if you're on YouTube, subscribe if you haven't already. We're on the way to 500,000 on YouTube. Thank you for the bouquet. Thank you so much, Victoria. We just hit over 400K, so we're on the way to 500,000 fucking subs right now, which is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Kelly, thank you for the $5. RFK is a nightmare. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18 or 19. Sorry.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. But
are you driving?
Wait, hold on. I just got disconnect.
Are you driving?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna disconnect from my car.
You gotta join when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. Alrighty. Anna, thank you for the $15, by the way. Dylan with the $2. Benedict, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Where's Dean at? He's currently stealing baby Jesus. Anyone remember that meme? Anyone remember that one? There was like that one meme where it kind of looked like Dean, and it wasn't Dean, but it looked like him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Does anyone remember that? That's so funny. I remember making a video about it. Dean stole baby Jesus. It looks exactly like him. Yeah, Dean Withers. Yeah, that's what he did. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I do. I forgot. Yeah, that's honestly so real. I kind of forgot until recently. I saw someone say that in the comment section. Like, anyone remember this? I actually saw a video on TikTok, I think. B, thank you so much for the member subscription. It's so funny. I've been seeing Parker and Dean videos every once in a while on my For You page. It's kind of funny. I'm like, yo, this is so amazing.
I'm back.
Are you going to start your live?
Yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for it. I just had to go take care of something real quick, so I just left the phone on mute.
Yeah, well, you can start whenever. I'm already like 4.5 hours into the stream, so well, I can send you over, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, what's your birth year? I had I knew it. I knew it was Evil Dean. But yeah, diabolical chat. Absolutely diabolical. I knew it was Evil Dean. I didn't want to say because I thought it would be awkward if I was wrong. Oh, but I was telling the live about Baby Jesus and how you stole Baby Jesus.
Oh yeah. I stole Baby Jesus. That's me.
I saw a video on my For You page of that recently. I was like, bro, it's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
God damn it.
How old are you?
Over the age of 18.
Steve, are you there? Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, I'm support not Donald Trump, that's for sure.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Well, goddamn, I appreciate you coming up on the stream. Thank you so much, man. Everyone, tap that screen. Everyone, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Leo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Leo. I'm Sam, loving these earlier streams. Yeah, I do it whenever my girlfriend is busy. Tomorrow, I actually will be live later in the day. Dean, when do you plan to go live tomorrow?
I could try to do an earlier live. I've just been thrown off because I'm actually I'm dealing with a cold right now.
Oh,
and
I feel you.
I'm having to go through a ritual when I wake up of taking all these drugs to stop my nose from running and whatnot to feel good enough to hop on.
No, don't worry. So, yeah, it's up to you. Just let me know because I can also go live earlier in the day if you want to do later. So, but yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, Parker? I'm 22 years old, born in 2002.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I did support Donald Trump, but
you don't anymore.
I don't, but if you allow me the time, just a minute.
I'm sorry, I really do appreciate you very much, but we're not looking for any friendlies right now. I do appreciate you very much. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. And Dean, feel free to go live whenever you want to.
Okay, yeah. I'm just working on this.
Because I'll send everyone over to you whenever you're ready. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I just want to say that Dean, I recommend Afrin for your.
Thank you.
I don't even know what that meant, but we're going to the next person. Yo,
Hello?
how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, fuck him. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Based. Oh, they talk about nose spray? Sorry. Bro, I sometimes I just can't put two and two together. You know, sometimes I actually think that I'm probably Patrick Starr. Because genuinely, Patrick Starr, the one time when he puts on that head, sometimes I genuinely feel like I know what I'm talking about. I put on the Patrick head, but then there's sometimes when it's just the most simple thing possible, and I'm just stupid. And I have no clue what's going on. And I just for some reason, I don't know. I don't click the two together for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hello, I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not really, fuck him.
Base.
Base?
So based. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Talia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you, Talia. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
It's kind of a little hard to hear you. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
He got Charlie Kirk killed.
You said what?
He said that he supports Trump because he got Charlie Kirk killed.
Oh. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, what's about you?
I'm 50.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Because I actually look into stuff about parity. What you said earlier about the inflation. Inflation went up to 9.1% in December of 2021 after Biden signed the Inflation Act, but
nope.
The rescue plan.
Oh, yeah, after the American Rescue Plan, but not the Inflation Reduction Act.
It did. It is.
The Inflation Reduction Act was in 2022.
No, it was actually in 2021.
Nope.
December 2021. Inflation went up to 9.1%.
It was August 2022.
Yep, the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law by Biden in August of 2022 after the peak level of inflation had hit and it started to go down. Following the introduction of the Inflation Reduction Act, we did not see an increase in month by month in rate of inflation in this country until I think it was like the start of Trump's second term.
Yeah, I think it was like the very end of 2024, I'm pretty sure. Around that time. There was a slight little tick up of inflation, and then it went back down, on trend down. I can't hear you, by the way, when you're out of the app. Just letting you know. But if you do look up U.S. inflation...
On my phone, all my records are on the back end of it, so
that's okay. Like if you just look up U.S. inflation, like I've done this multiple times, people have brought up the same thing. You can look up and you can see inflation actually... what's it called? It was it started going down right after the Inflation Reduction Act. But that's not necessarily because of the Inflation Reduction Act, but if you just look at the correlations, that's just what happened. The Inflation Reduction Act had a small decline on inflation. Very small though. Not like a lot.
InflationLabor.com. It shows a bar graph of inflation. USInflationLabor.com shows a bar graph of inflation. 2021, it jumped to 7%. Whether or not
2021.
2021. That's when inflation jumped after Biden took office. That's when.
So that was before the Inflation Reduction.
Well, it was because of COVID. And so were so many other things because of COVID. The Inflation Reduction Act just added to it. Yeah, it's coming down since then because, 9.1 is a high number. You're not going to get over that. Inflation runs at 3% normally. It's a little bit up right now because of the tariffs. The tariffs will work. It's a tool that a lot of presidents used in the past. No one ever had a problem with it until Trump does it.
Tariffs cause upward pressure on prices. So I like how you literally were just saying that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, and then you advocate for policies that actually cause inflation. That's kind of funny, to be honest. If you look at the Bureau of Labor statistics,
it's funny that America's been taken advantage of for what? How many years? How many years have we paid other countries that charged us ridiculous amount of tariffs and we didn't charge them? How many? Can you tell me that number? Because Biden actually put in tariffs himself too.
Yeah, those are targeted tariffs. So there was no country specifically that had like an extremely high universal tariff on us. Can you name one? And tell us the specific tariff? Oh, give him a second. Yeah, I would implore him to look at August 2022. It's right before inflation fell. It was 8.3% August 2022 when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. The next month, it was 8.2%, 7.7%, right? Then it was 6.4% when, or 7.7, then it was, sorry, I accidentally scrolled past. It was 7.1%, then it was 6.5%, then 6.4 when the Dems took office, and then it declined all the way down to 3.4%. Or no, I was thinking inflation. It took all the way down to 3%. Sorry. Actually, 2.5 in August 2024, and then it had that slight tick up, and then it was on trend down. And then since Trump has imposed tariffs, we've seen a trend up of inflation, back to even higher points than what we saw previously.
Oh, Parker, can I tell you about some crazy shit?
Go ahead.
So this morning, ever since Mamdani won, Trump's new thing has been affordability. And this morning, he said that he solved affordability because the price of a Thanksgiving meal from Walmart is 25% lower this year than it was last year under Biden. And Walmart does offer, right, like a collection of goods for a set price, and it is 25% lower this year. But Donald Trump, right, forgot to account for the fact that it actually included 4 less items. And if you look at the pound per pound price of the turkey included within the meal, it actually went up by 12 cents a pound, right?
So he didn't account for shrinkflation.
Yeah, dude was just fucking lying. Dude was just lying. The meal included less food, and the food that it had from last year was actually more expensive. And he said, "We solved inflation. We solved affordability. You don't need to worry about it no more."
Yeah, that's actually fucking crazy. On the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they finally for September have lower right now than what it was when he first got in office. Can't do that anymore. But yeah, is he gonna come back? But yeah, it's actually crazy that
I'm back.
I mean, Trump is so willing to lie like that, and then no one on the side's gonna hold him accountable.
Their words, man. Jesus Christ. Tell me one politician that doesn't lie. Did you see Schumer? The other
one politician.
They lie that blatantly?
Answer me this. Why will Schumer not answer the question why they won't sign a CR? Every time he's asked, he said they have to negotiate with us first.
Yes,
he's keeping
that
the
is
government
answering the
shut
question.
down.
That actually is answering the question. They have to negotiate.
No.
They specifically want them to.
And that's where
differently.
I have a problem with it.
Also,
already
Schumer
have-
fucking sucks.
Wait, and also we
I
understand
just watched the Louisiana Senator Kennedy put out 2 different bills, clean CRs, keep the government operating, keep it running. I just watched it, dude. It was live. Keep it operating.
by
Keep it
clean
running.
CR, does that mean that you're going to have specifically the same level of funding for healthcare benefits that existed prior?
It means the
From the
subsidies
ACA?
will stay in place, which actually, do you know why the subsidies are there? Because it's unaffordable. Do you know
Yes.
Obama raised the taxes on the rich in what was it, 2008, from 21% to 28% to cover the extra cost of the ACA? And now they want to raise them again? Tell me what the top 10% are paying in a tax rate. Can you tell me that?
I don't know the average tax rate for the top 10%, but I do
Top
think
10% pay an average tax rate of 27 to 32%.
Yeah, that's
The
fine.
top billionaires pay anywhere, and you can look at multiple different sites. I've
Pay
looked at
even-
about
they
7.
pay actually less. The Washington Post indicated that the top 400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than working class individuals.
No, I mean, the IRS has different information, I guess, because the IRS says they are the most taxed when it comes to AGA adjusted personal income tax. We're not talking corporate tax.
Yeah, I'm
We're
not
talking
disputing.
personal.
I'm not disputing personal income tax at the highest level. Specifically, is the highest level of income tax. Not disputing that, but that's not the main way they specifically get their income. They do so through the context of long-term capital gains, which is a lower effective tax rate. Actually, the long-term capital gains tax rate is like 20%.
Okay, where are you getting that at?
I mean, that's directly from government data.
Well, tell me the source, because I've put out actual pieces that are in the House of Representatives library. You know, they're actual reports, sworn testimony by directors, and I've been told they're fake. They're not real. That doesn't.
Tax rates long term. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. How many likes are we currently at on YouTube, everybody? I think we're currently at, what, 2,300? We can get to 3,000 before we end it, everyone. I think that's a great idea. Let me say thank you to some people on YouTube. In the meantime, Cordova, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Crispy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Fash, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Neo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, it's diabolical. Smoke, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Trevor with the $10. Thank you. Sage with the $2. Thank you. Patty, thank you so much for the $5. Regina, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Leave, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you. Smoke, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €5. JC, the €10. Fash, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Soon, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. But by the way, everyone, thank you for all the kind messages. Soon, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Sir, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Soon, Matthew, thank you. And then Dizzy, thank you for the $5. And Michelle, thank you so much for the $2. And Vic, thank you for the $2. As well as Jessica, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. And Nicole, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Alright, he still hasn't found it. So do give him a second, everyone. Even though it's literally like the first things when you look it up, you can also find it from the IRS. The IRS literally reports on this.
All right, yeah, I'm ready to go live whenever.
Alrighty, go live and I'll send everyone to you, man.
Cool. All right, Parker, you have a good rest of your day, man.
You too.
Bye, guys. See you soon.
Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. To give him a second, we're gonna respond to him, and then we're gonna send everyone over to Dean. Again, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. By the way, if you're on TikTok, everyone, as always, I would really appreciate if you guys subscribe to the YouTube. We're so close. We're actually not super close, but we're less than 100K away from 500K. We're at 404,000 now. We're on the way. We're on the way to 500K, which is fucking nuts. Go ahead. Did you find it? I'm reading it from the IRS right now.
I know.
I
know. Just gotta give me a second. I'm transitioning over to my computer, and I'm in a slow internet place.
You're good. April, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Well, I'm reading it right now. I can, I can pull it up on the screen, but I don't think this is disputed. You can find this later as well if you like.
Yeah, I understand that.
Alrighty. That's the basis for them why they pay a lower percentage in taxes, effective tax rate, than working class individuals. So, that's a point that I think is relevant to increase taxes
I get you on that, but is 10% responsible, whether they pay a lower tax rate than that or not? Are they responsible for 80% of all taxes paid in America? 85%? What's the number? You look at the lowest earnings. Anybody under 30,000 actually don't. When it all comes around at tax time, they actually are positive in credits, not negative. So they don't even contribute to the tax system. The government actually ends up paying them more after. That's only 30,000 and under, if that's what your level is.
So I'm totally okay with the rich paying more in taxes, and as long as it's below 50%, I think that makes sense, right? I think 50% is totally okay to ask for when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars per year. When someone's making multiple millions of dollars a year, paying half of that, I think is their obligation, their duty.
Well, then we need to really just change the whole foundation of America because that's not capitalism.
That is capitalism. That's
Yes.
just higher tax rates on multi-million dollar per year income.
Socialism, when you take tax rates or you take money from one group of people, whether they're rich or not, why should we punish them because they gain money? I'm not super rich. I'm not rich.
It's not about punishing. It's just
I
saying that,
don't
like,
begrudge
if you have a greater
anybody
ability to
to
pay when you make millions of dollars. Dude, do you make
But why
millions?
should we be responsible for people that we have? The ACA doesn't help me at all. If I try to
but
apply,
I advocate for a universal healthcare system that applies to everyone. You would apply and get that system.
yeah, and then you'd be at the government's whim. If they didn't want to give you treatment, they don't have to. There's
But
multiple
no,
cases.
everyone
all
gets
around the world
treatment.
that
Everyone
state
gets
that.
treatment based upon need. That's the same thing with the
Based
emergency
upon
room.
needs. Based upon needs.
Yes,
But if there's an
that's the same thing with the
experimental,
emergency room.
it's and that's right there is another. I understand the emergency room, but you can't have a welfare state and an open border. That's something that's not sustainable.
Dude,
you tell me how
again,
it's sustainable.
we're not advocating for open borders. We think people who have committed violent crimes
Well, I
and bad crimes should
understand,
be
but there were
deported.
17 million people let in. You know, you gotta put it all in
17 million is a
context, whether or not
completely
you-
made up number.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay. What? How many were there? 4, 3? Because that's what I heard. 3 million. Even though I sit there and watched the Border Patrol's count, upwards of 98,000, over 120,000 on certain weekends come through the border. These are
counted all
just the ones that
90,000.
they.
Yeah, I bet. Okay.
Yeah,
this is
it's
getting
called.
ridiculous.
Well,
And
it's not
also,
in one.
The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034. Immigration is very beneficial for our economy. It's good for our society,
that's a
and it's
bunch
a
of
superpower
bullshit,
here in
I know.
America to be able to deal with the fact that there have been low fertility
Okay,
rates.
dude. Yeah, I'd like to know that, considering that estimated is what it is. Number one, it's an estimated number. Like I said, I can show you a report.
of
People don't
course we
believe
go
me.
based
People
on
don't believe me,
estimations.
and most people get pissed off when I even bring it up. I mean, like I said, it's from the director of immigration studies. From the director of immigration studies in 2023, sworn testimony, Stephen Camarado. All you got to do is read it. It shows what is allocated in benefits, what's allocated in Medicaid, what's allocated in government spending. People don't understand. 49% of benefits go to illegals. 49%. You can laugh. You can laugh. I can pull. The same thing other people do. They only.
You think 49% of benefits from the federal government go to undocumented immigrants, dude? Come on, man. Stop. No, stop it. Stop it, please now. Please now. What's his source, chat? You don't even have to ask. You don't even have to ask. What is his source? Just take a guess.
The source.
Jesus.
The source is Budget House or HOR.
Yeah, that's literally a Republican partisan committee. That's a Republican partisan committee.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't happen if it's a Republican, but it's 100% true if it comes from a left-leaning site.
No,
I was told the other day.
You can give
I
me.
was told
I mean,
the
I'm not
other
gonna.
day
I'm
the
not gonna
SPL
cite the White House Biden source, right? That's not the. You're not going to accept 15 million jobs created. You're not going to accept the number of 15 million jobs created under the Biden-Harris administration just because the Biden White House got.
Oh no, I
website
accept
said
that
it.
because I was a plant manager during COVID. I got laid off. Half the freaking industry got laid off. Why do you think there was 15 million jobs? Why do you think there's so many layoffs going on right now?
Obviously, it's not caused by him specifically. Just because those jobs came back. That's the point we would address. That's a correlation.
Okay, so do you accept the fact that they really don't know because the numbers were fudged in multiple months?
Give me the title of this particular budget.house article. I'd love to see it. Let's see what they claim. That's so absurd. 49% of benefits. You're so ridiculous. Sheila, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thanks.
I'll put it in chat.
You have to tell me the title.
I'm just telling you, that's not my number, guy.
I won't be able to read it in chat. You got to tell me the title. 49%. I really wonder where he got this number. Let's see.
It's at budget.house.gov.
Yeah, what's the title, dude? Jeez.
The title is The Cost of Immigration to America.
Okay.
The Cost of Immigration to Taxpayers, budget.house.gov, Stephen Camarado. It's sworn testimony taken in 2023.
Stephen Camarado?
CAMAR.
Let's see this.
OTA.
Here we go. And where does it say this? What are you referencing? Where is it? Let me actually do find my. We're gonna find on page 49. Okay. There's one. It says 49 million. That has. There's no particular reference of 49% there. Nope. There's literally in the entire document. There's no reference to 49%. I just typed in 49.
I've got a screenshot of it, guys. I've got a screenshot of it. It's a bar. Welfare use by illegal.
There's no
welfare use based on legal status of the household head. There's a bar graph. Welfare use based on legal status of the household head. Tell me what that chart says.
Okay, it doesn't say 49%. It's saying 48% of undocumented immigrants utilize welfare programs. Is that the claim? That's not 49% of programs go to undocumented immigrants.
See, that's another fallacy right there. You fudged the numbers. It's 59% of welfare.
One, this is saying welfare use based on legal status of household head. That's one thing. And then two, as it relates to this, I have to clarify the data. I'm not going to just accept it from some random fucking budget house committee just claiming this to be the case. I genuinely have to see like an actual source. And what they cite is... What, CIS? That's the citation? That's it? Is that what you're referencing? Because there's literally like undocumented immigrants seriously like do not even qualify for these programs.
If you believe 42 million people were on a program, and I had somebody tell me this the other night, that there was no fraud in SNAP. There's no fraud. If there was fraud, they would find it. That's what I was told the other night.
Yes, I'm not saying that there's no fraud. I think that there's going to be a percentage of fraud, but it's a small percent.
Yeah, that's what people say too. It's a small percent.
And also, like, none of these policies that you're advocating for specifically are addressing fraud rates. Like, they don't even mention fraud in them.
I know. I'm not talking about fraud. I'm just talking about the use of the program. The use of it. I mean, SNAP alone from 2020, or what was it, 2016 to 2024? I mean, the budget for SNAP this year is $115 billion. 42 million people. If they cut it out, you know what's going to happen to food prices? They're going to drop because food prices are just like anything else. They go on supply and demand. If 7 people want an apple, that apple price is going to be higher.
Oh, yeah. So did you know that this citation for what you found was founded by a white nationalist? Did you know that?
Where's that?
The citation for this data is from a white nationalist.
Where's that cited from? What source?
Yeah, that is from CIS.
From what? CIS?
CIS. Yes.
Let's see.
Matt, if you want to come up, you can also come up real quick. I'm about to get off here, but I want Matt to be able to... Because that was what Matt said. Matt, are you there, man? I don't see Matt in the guest box. There he is.
Hey.
That's good.
I am on a cloud, if you know what I mean. Like I'm kind of floating on a cloud a little bit. So I'll be very quick. His name was John Tanton. That's his name, John Tanton. He was a white nationalist. He founded the CIS way back in like the 60s or 70s. Well known. The CIS is a right-wing institution. They are anti-immigration, so of course their numbers are going to point to that. I'm sorry, but this is like just like well-known information. So that's all. Yeah, John Tanton.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Yep. Bye bye.
W, Matt. Alrighty. All right. You have any last words, man?
No, dude, I'm good. I'll keep supporting Trump and supporting America.
You don't support America. Let me ask you this question real quick before. Would you vote for Donald Trump if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
No, I wouldn't. And he hasn't.
Well, Donald Trump.
Let me ask you this. Real quick.
No, listen. Donald Trump has called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And before I get offered today, I'm going to put it right up on the little screen for you, buddy. Right up on the little screen. So you can't even fucking try to deny it. Let's put it right up on the little fucking screen, bud. Look at this. Take a look at this, bud. Look at this. Oh. Ooh, what is this? Ooh, no. No way. No. No, he did not say this. He couldn't have possibly done that. What does it say right here? It says, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Hey, buddy, now you just said you wouldn't support Donald Trump. Do you agree that you don't support Donald Trump because he's anti-America, buddy?
Just like Democrats, you'll spit out one little word. You don't add any context. Under the 2020 election,
this is the full context.
9 different states between 12 o'clock and 3:48 had
full
data
context.
dumps.
Full context.
That
full
word.
Context.
Yeah, full
and
context.
I bet you believe the 2020 election was stolen too.
Oh, no, dude, I don't believe it. I believe Biden did something that statistically is a 1 in 10 to the 23rd power of happening again. I believe that.
The statistical basis was that the statistical basis was not that low. That's ridiculous. All the polls.
No, it was. I mean, there's independent
polls
studies. That's what you don't understand.
There was basis for it. There was when you say it was
and I know
unlikely to happen, you're just assuming that.
Every independent study is false because it doesn't.
Yeah, 60 plus court cases. Yeah, 60 plus court cases are false. All the independent analyses, all the audits are false.
Well, look at
right, that indicate that literally there's no evidence to overturn the 2020 election. There's no basis for that. He called for a termination of all rules. He called for a termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution. You said that if this were true about Donald Trump, you wouldn't support him. But now that I've shown you it's true, you still do support him, you cult member. Later, buddy. All right, everyone, go over to Dean's Live. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Dean Withers, look up Dean Withers. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Spam Peen Raid. Spam Peen Raid, P-E-A-N Raid. Spam Peen Raid, okay, buddy? Peen Raid. Peen Raid. All right, I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all later. Parker and Dean. Peen means Parker and Dean. Y'all don't remember?
My friend, Sawadee,